I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Monday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trace 100, and we have Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures, our amazing expert traders. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, chat. Good morning. No Luck, Pure Skill, Rocky Martin, Abhishek, Denny. Good morning, everyone. How was your weekend?
It's pretty good.
You guys hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Talk louder, Nick.
Yeah. So how was your weekend, Nick?
It was raining, but good. It was like a lot of rain, but it was good. How about you?
It was good. Just relaxed, recharged. The weekend flew by. I think last week was
Always
very
does.
intense. So, what was that, Barbie?
It always does.
Right? Chat, did you guys have a good weekend? Type in 1 if you had a good weekend and you're ready for the week. New week. So we continue in the month of August. Let's take a look at the charts. Who would like to go first, Nick or Barbie?
My charts are loading up.
I'll go.
I'll have Barbie go first.
I'm always looking to see if he's amped or not.
I am, but
sometimes he's like, I've got this. Put me in, coach. But okay, so here we are on the daily. Obviously, we made a pretty dramatic move lower on Friday. It was more than I expected. I thought, I had my little bearish plan, and it ripped right through kind of where I thought we were going to go. But now we're kind of back in this little congested area. This is that box that I had pulled over from the beginning of July. Now we're back in it beginning of August. So I would love to see us get out of this range since it gets to be kind of sticky. But let's look at what the actual levels are on the chart. I'll talk about kind of what's going on with news and earnings a little bit too, but you can see I've got like a lot of mess on the chart. And this is what when we're in these that box I had drawn on the daily where we have a lot of trading all within the same area, it gets really messy. And that makes it harder, in my opinion, it makes it harder to put these little, scalpy day trades on inside of this zone. So I'm usually going for little smaller wins. I don't want to go for anything too big in this area. But what I'm looking at, I don't really have a great feel for what direction we're going to go initially. Like the hourlies it's kind of balanced right now. But what I have made note of is we have this big, we have the major support above us, but we have this area right above. It's about 6309 to 6317 on ES. And this was a major support that we lost last week. So if the bulls are going to have a shot at bringing price back higher, and I think they do have one, this is the first real test, is getting back through this area that was lost. If they get back through there, I don't know how much, if there's a ton of room higher today. I think it would kind of be more cautiously inching up a little bit. But if we get above the 63.17, we've got the swing high that we could potentially test from Friday around 63.30. And I didn't mark that because I've got this other zone right above it, but I'm pretty aware of it. I mean, I could probably drag this box down a little bit lower. So 63.30 to 63.35. This is a weekly level. So this is the next one. Like the bulls have a little bit of work. If they're going to get through this stuff, they've got to work at this level and they've got to work at this level. If they can get over that 35 level, it's going to be a lot easier to do the walk up, the drift up, the squeezes, all that kind of thing. They've got to get kind of over this weekly support level around 63.35. And then we can kind of take it from there. I want to take it one step at a time when we're in these really congested areas like that. So lower is a little bit more obvious because we've got this low from Friday. So that's going to be kind of the most obvious low to test. The thing that I'm going to be real cautious of is if we can't get through the 6309 to 6317 area up there, that the market's just going to be, it's going to naturally gravitate back to kind of our weekly open area and possibly test these lows down here. So that would be losing the 62.85 area, which was an adjusted all-time high on for this current contract. So I'm still kind of watching that area. The market is too. The market's been reacting to that area too. So if we can get back through 62.80 to 62.85, I think it's pretty likely that we move back down to 62.60 and then potentially retest that low around 62.40. The cool thing is we're getting through the tech earnings a little bit. Let me move over to this chart. I think I'm moving over to that chart. Did it not go? Oh, I see the problem. Hang on just a second. There it is. Okay, so this is the earnings chart for this week, and we've been real focused on tech earnings. And I want to point out that we don't have a lot of tech earnings coming this week. We've got A&D tomorrow. So there's not a lot of tech earnings. Hopefully we'll get a little bit better sync between the NASDAQ and the ES. But that's not to say that we don't have big earnings. There's still a lot of big earnings this week. So today we have Palantir and HIMS, which are big ones. We've got Thursday's looking pretty interesting, especially for my Discord. We've got a lot of this kind of stuff going on with Rocket Lab. So there's still a lot of big earnings this week that can shake things up after hours, even though it's not the tech earnings. There's still a lot of big guys on here. Uber, Shopify. There's a lot of big names on here. The other thing that I'm kind of wanting to point out, and I bet Nick will have some comments on this too. This is our news calendar, our high impact news calendar for the week. It's pretty light. Nothing today or Wednesday or Friday. We really just have PMI and unemployment claims that are interesting right now. That's not to say that we couldn't get a Trump bomb at some point this week that changes that whole scenario. So I'm mostly looking at tariffs and anything geopolitical with Russia, and just real cautious of what can be going on there. So this morning, I mean, we're really just hanging around the 6,300 level. I would like to see the bulls move this back up a little bit, but we'll see if that's really in the cards. So far, we're really balanced. So I want to give the market a little bit time to open this week and see who's showing up. That's what I want to see, who's showing up.
Yeah, Thursday and Friday was unexpected for, I think, a lot of people. I was surprised at like the big red candles. Wait and see. Pretty balanced. Nick, what are your thoughts this morning?
Yeah, so for me, looking at NQ, we did on Friday, however, get down to the July 16th level that I told you guys about. I was like, oh, if it gets bloody, you can get down here. Well, I got there. That's kind of crazy. So we did open down here, and now we're pushing higher. I want to see us go lower, but at the moment, like Barbie said, it's kind of balanced. We're kind of retracing the move that we made on Friday. Just want to wait and see what happens. Nothing wrong with that at all. We are above weekly open, so this is good. I like wanting to short up here, targeting down to Asia lows and things like that. But I think this is the draw for the week. Not for the week, but I think once we get here, then we'll start to see. Are we just going to go lower, or are we going to, was this just a retracement, which I think it was, and we'll go back to all-time highs. So. But the first objective is down here. And if you look at ES, it didn't hit it as well. I should probably set some alerts on this. I just want this to get hit because that would, kind of balance out that move that we made up, those two huge moves. Just come in there, rebalance it, and then go higher, right? However, if we today completely get above 23,292 and 63.57, I'd be like, okay, cool. We're not going lower. We're probably going to go back up to all-time highs. The main reason for that is there's not going to be any sort of gap left behind on the daily chart, right? So it's just price will, make a push down and then an immediate push back up if it gets above 63.57 and 23.29. Was it 287 or whatever? But as for today, I am watching these Asia lows here. If you go to the 15-minute, there is a SMT at the highs with ESNQ, but these Asia lows are kind of something I'm targeting. In terms of gaps to get short from or any sort of highs or lows, I don't see anything at the moment. We do have a couple of 4-hour gaps that we're currently trading inside of right now. We don't have any news this morning, so I would like 9:30 to maybe present like a fake move up, and then not 9:45 to 10 or the rest of the session just go lower. I don't want to see higher. I'd like for us to, like I say, get down to this weekly gap and then figure out what we're going to do next. This is something I really want to happen. Even when we moved away from it, I'm like, I think we're going to come back and retest it in the future. So, yeah, at the moment, I don't really have a bias, but like I would probably lean short. So I'd probably say like 55, 45 short. I guess that is a bias, right? But that's just more so what I want to happen. There are some things lining up. Like I said, there was a 4-hour gap in here, and we also have, I'll mark that out. 4-hour gap right here. Price could work from. And then we also got one right here. Price could work from. So looking for something like this. And as for news, we don't have, like I say, no news this week. Let me move this over. Not a whole lot this week. However, if you turn on like the yellow folder, we have bond auctions Wednesday and Thursday at 1:01 p.m. So watch out for those. Those move the markets a good bit, I think like 2 months ago. So, but other than that, like no orange folder, I don't believe. Let me take these glasses. Yeah. So like Barbie said, just Tuesday and Thursday is the only thing. But yeah. But Mondays with no news, I like to just slowly, ease into the market. If I see an A+ setup, I'll take it, but be very, very selective today. So, yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see the tea this morning about Trump firing the U.S. labor official over data, the poor data of the jobs report? Some tea.
What happened?
I think he just fired. I didn't read the whole article. I just read the headlines. But Trump fires BLS commissioner after weak jobs report. Yeah, everyone's talking about it this morning. Wild. We never know what will happen. So there could be headlines maybe later today or some tweets. Chat, something super exciting is happening today, something we haven't done before. Depending on how active you are in chat, you might get rewarded. Like the top chatters in chat might get rewarded by MyFundedFutures today. Just a hint.
Wink, wink, huh?
Yeah, wink, wink. Let's do this. Chat, let's light it up. Let's set the bounty, the first bounty of the day, of the week. Let's get this week started, guys. What should we set it at?
What are you thinking, Terry?
Foxtune thinks 777. I think it's a Monday. Mondays are good. I think we should start it off on a good foot. I'm seeing quite a few 777s, 888, 600. I like 600. That sounds good. What do you guys think? Barbie, Nick, 600?
Sounds good.
All
Nah, I think we should go higher.
Go higher?
Oh.
Let's go higher. Let's do it. Let's do 777. That's been a lucky number for us. All right, chat. Let's light it up. 777. Thank you, Nick. Nick is very encouraging, you guys. Nick is always like, you guys got this. And we always do get it.
Someone ban Nick. Let's go. Kick Nick off.
No, Nick is a goat. Nick and Barbie.
Nick's banned for life. How about this? Let's do 700. 700.
What? We already said it. 777. Everyone's so excited about 777.
Nah, let's do 700 because I did kind of screw the chat over there. Everyone was saying, yay, 600. And I was like, nope, 700.
Okay, 700 for Nick, guys. 700. Let's go.
Peer pressure works.
Yeah, so the top chatters measured by XP.
Let's see.
Wink might get a prize today because MyFundedFutures loves our loyal viewers and participants and traders.
Yeah, your whiteboard back there loves MyFundedFutures too.
Right? I love MyFundedFutures. All of you guys are awesome. You definitely make my morning. So let's see here. Market does look balanced. NASDAQ is trading in the green by 200 points. The bulls have been in charge overnight, working hard. ES is green by about 37 points. Yeah, wait and see what happens. Raider says MyFundedFutures totally goated, completely goated.
Well, Dominic thinks that the NASDAQ is still looking bearish. What about the rest of chat? What are y'all thinking? I think we have room to move in either direction this morning, which makes it pretty interesting. So I want to hear what chat thinks.
Yeah, I've seen moves where, we have crazy volatility and like 1 or 2 daily candles that go one way, and then like the third or the fourth day or immediately after, it will like retrace like half of that move. So I don't want that to happen, like I said, because I do want to see the weekly gap get tagged. So I'd like for us to, start to reject somewhere around here, around the open. But I would not be surprised if we ran back to that that around that Monday or that Friday open, like right around in here at 23,294. I would not be surprised if that happened.
Yeah, I think chat wants the gap fill. You want the gap fill? Fill the gap. Fill the gap.
Fill the gap. I love that play. The gap fill.
But I will say, if this is going to be a bearish week in terms of the weekly candle, we are above weekly open right now. So perfect selling opportunities right now if you get confirmation. So I like to just wait for the hourly to sort of flip or us to make a move from an hourly level, and then I'll drop to the M5 and wait for some rejection from there. But y'all don't think y'all have seen me in too many shorts as we've just been catching longs, but I like shorts are fun. It goes down very quickly when there's volatility.
Someone was asking what gap we're talking about. And I know you can't really see it on the futures market, but we will have a gap in the regular trading hours. So in the actual indexes, the indexes will have a gap between where we closed on Friday and where we're opening today. So that's the gap we're talking about.
It's like a bearish. Well, it'll be a bullish gap, right? So yeah, is what she's saying.
So we closed. Well, I can pull this up here. We'll pull it up on. We talk about this a lot, don't we? Like what gap are we talking about? So this is the futures market. Let me turn these levels off for a second, so it's real clean. So this is the futures chart, and I've got NASDAQ on the left. What I'm going to do, I'm going to leave the S&P futures on the right, and I'm going to change it to SPX. So you can see we end up with these gaps. There's a gap up there and a gap down here, but we don't have those same gaps in the futures market. But this morning, we're going to be opening above the SPX close, and this will be the same for the NASDAQ and the other indexes too. That the futures market has made progress overnight. So there will be a gap on this SPX chart along with the SPY and the Qs and anything related to the indexes. So that's the gap we're watching.
Great question. Thanks for covering that, Barbie. I remember when I was first learning to trade, I would hear people talk about gap fill, and I was always like, gap from where? And then also gap and go. And like, what does gap and go mean? That's like where we gap up and then we just go. Like there's no retracement.
Yeah, I was seeing all sorts of stuff. Like when I first started off trade, it was like the hook and reel. I'm like, bro, that's like a restaurant in one of my towns, bro.
What's the hook and reel? I'm so curious, like as far as related to the charts.
Yeah.
The
I
hook
don't
and
know.
reel.
You can't tell me. I just saw. I was on like my For You page one day.
That's funny. I haven't heard that one.
It was probably something super basic, but someone just coined it and sold a course off of it.
Yeah. Mr. Smith said fish hook.
Yeah. Yeah. It was like the tag and go. I don't know. I've heard all these things, man. It's been so crazy. I've seen the golden goose before.
Interesting.
It's just basically like a fib level. It's like a I don't know. I don't even know what level it is, or it's probably just 0.61 or 0.78 or something. But
Yeah. Mr. Smith said the Eiffel Tower. I've heard like the classic ones, like the Head and Shoulders, and the what are some other ones? Oh, the Island. Do you guys know what the Island is?
the island?
Yeah. Have you heard of that one?
Nah.
It's like, let me see if I can find one. It's where, I mean, this is a little bit of an island. So where it'll just trade, and it's looking like it's going to be a bull flag, but instead it breaks down. This would be an island, like part of the land that's sticking above the water, basically.
Oh wow.
Oh, yeah. Raider says cup and handle. That's another classic one. That one's always hard for me to see. Yeah, the double bottom, like the W, that's easy to see, a reversal pattern.
Right. Yeah. I always have an order block. Barbie, you know what order block is, watching all that ICT content, right?
Yeah, I binged it all this weekend too. I caught up on
Really?
2021, 2022, 2023. Got all
What's your
the
favorite
rant
month
in my
for
brain. I'm
content?
ready.
Yeah, you ready? Okay. Yeah. Why aren't you in a trade right now then if you watched ICT?
Because I haven't gotten to November or whatever time you're supposed to wait to take your first trade.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. So here's how it goes. So we skip Monday because there's no news, and Tuesday's the day before high impact news event, so you don't trade that day. And then Wednesday is the high impact news event, so you don't trade that day either. And then Thursday is the day after, so you can't trade that one. And then Friday's bank holiday, so you don't.
I mean, it makes my week way easy. I can just talk shit on YouTube and X, so plenty of time.
Is your favorite model the unicorn, Barbie? Because I was thinking maybe because you have horses.
I
Maybe.
like fashion model.
Yeah. See, that's mine, but I mean, I'll let you use it. I'll let you ride it, I guess.
So MyFundedFutures just dropped some information for us about the prize, an extra bonus prize. The top chatters today will be rewarded. Stick around. Winners will be announced towards the end of the stream, not just the top 3. You don't need a crown to win. Top chatters, let's go.
You can still wear a crown if you want to. Just saying.
And people in the chat saying like, you're learning the wrong algo, Barbie. There's only one algo that controls the market.
I am the algo.
Remember the ICT Twitter spaces he did? He got abducted, and people took him to a room, and he helped design the algo that runs them. What were the names, like Tobias?
I'm the creation. I'm Enigma. It's Enigma.
Enigma.
I am the creation.
Yeah.
Chat, are you guys thinking long or short? Type in L if you're thinking long today, short, S for short. And if you're going to sit on your hands today, N, no trade.
Oh, by the way, if there's a chart you guys want me to look at besides NQ and ES, let me know. I just don't really see. Let me pull up gold here. I don't know if I even really want to, but Yeah, Tobias and Parsons. Yeah, they abducted ICT and they put him in a room for like 4 years and said he needed to code an algo for the market, and he coded the algo for the market. And yeah, so
That's intense.
so
Whatever
it looks
makes
like
for a good
gold isn't
story.
really respecting anything. It's going lower, now it's going higher. So I don't really care for this pair. But if there's another pair you guys want me to look at, drop it in the chat and I'll look at it. But what were you guys saying about I think Tobias, I think it's just keywords. I think Terry is Tobias, and I think Barbie is Parsons. I think they wanted him to code the market, so they locked him in a room, and yeah.
I wish.
works.
3 minutes until the market's going to open. I saw a lot of people thinking short. Lots of S's.
They love the drama. They love it. And there's more drama short, right?
Yeah. Shorts, it's
I
the
know how it
elevator
is. I see you
down.
guys.
We will focus on trading when the 9:30 open hits, man. I can't talk about the market right now. They ain't open.
You're not in a trade. We got 2 minutes till open. Why aren't you in a trade? Who's in a trade?
Tau Trade says we want to sell off.
I want to sell off. Let me know if there's a chart.
You know,
If you guys want me to talk about
we've had-
trading, if you guys want me to talk about trading, put a chart in here so I can look at it.
You know what chart I was wanting to look at and I didn't get a chance to look at yet is copper, and I know people were talking about that in the chat.
Yeah. Do you have the? I don't even know the ticker, but like,
It's HG.
Don't make any sense.
I know. That's just one you have to remember. Like YM is Dow. Why is YM?
Well,
Dow?
oil is CL. I mean, well,
that's crude.
Crude.
yeah, I guess so, but like, kind of not really. What would you say it's called? H what?
G.
Okay, I got it right here. Let me look at. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna start on the monthly here. So the monthly doesn't have a whole lot of expansion one way. It looks like consolidation. The weekly, outside of last week, was kind of stair-stepping higher. This low sticks out to me right here. At least short term. But if I were to guess, they would probably go a little bit higher and rebalance some of this before going lower. So if you are looking for lower prices, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just try to look for you're probably going to see higher prices first before getting down here. All right, 1 minute, so 5 seconds.
Yeah, we're about to open. Who's ready?
Let's go. Let's go.
Ding,
Ding,
ding.
ding. We are open.
So bullish then bearish then copper.
Ooh, NQ's pushing higher. New high for the day. Took out the overnight highs just like that.
Holy cow. Let's go.
Let's go. Putting in a nice big green candle so far.
We like big green candles.
We do, and we cannot lie. All right, it made it. What's the new high of the day? New high is 23.94 in the NASDAQ. Wow, look at ES, you guys, compared to the
right up to the 6309. We'll see if we get kind of stuck up in here, if it's able to push through and get these levels on my chart.
It is pushing higher. I was looking at the VWAP, and pretty much all night.
The VWAP?
The VWAP. It never traded below, you guys, except for at Globex Open. Otherwise, it just continually traded above. That seems very bullish so far. Pushing higher. VWAP. MFTV says, the VWAP. Everyone loves the VWAP.
Mark off that 5:30 a.m. high on ES. Until we run that, there's an SMT at the high. So be careful. I think ES is going to run it though, but we'll see what happens.
Wait, did we not just run it? Maybe I'm not zoomed out
I
enough.
think they're relatively equal. Ah, there it
Okay.
is. There it goes. There it
Ooh,
goes.
look at this candle on ES, this 5-minute candle. All right, ES took out the overnight highs. It's like hard to buy, I feel like, when it's like at 1% in the NASDAQ in the very first like few minutes.
So that's what the challenge as a day trader is, right? We're always having to wait for our actual entry and not just, oh, this is looking like it's gonna go higher. Like
Yep.
that's always the challenge. But this is that zone that I was talking about, the 6309 to 6317. This is that box there. So this is where I was looking. I think this is going to be a major decision point. I like that move lower where we go fill in that gap, but this is the spot that the bulls are going to want to get above. So it's a little complicated. Could end up getting both early this week. You never know.
We never know.
Yeah, now that we ran that 5 a.m. high on NQ and ES, I'm reaching for this Friday 8 a.m. high up here, this swing high, and then maybe get a rejection there. Nothing really stopping us from going up to there that I
It's
see on
interesting.
the left.
NASDAQ's not having as strong of a reaction, is it? Come on, catch up with your girl. We got a bigger candle on ES. That's all I'm saying.
Whew. That candle just keeps getting bigger in ES. It's only been 3 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. There's always a possibility of a new all-time high, especially if we get our new MFTV baby, Denny. I'm waiting for that now.
CJ says, come on, ES, go. CJ, you must be in a long. Good luck.
Yeah, ES likes them bigger. We gotta get those big candles for ES. Maybe NASDAQ's just a grower, not a shower this morning. That's okay too. It's Monday morning.
It's all good. Still hovering around the highs in NASDAQ. Could this be a gap and go?
Oh, a hook and reel.
A fish hook? Oh, Suraj says it's a manipulative longs. Yeah, anything's possible. It's pumping higher. NQ just keeps pushing. Same with ES. Holy smokes.
ES has bigger candle. I'm just saying.
It's bigger.
Everyone's always asking me why I trade NQ more than ES, and I don't. So I'm not sure why. That I think the chat might though. Chat might prefer NASDAQ. And I think it's for the drama. However, we've had a lot of really good drama on ES lately. I'm just saying, like a lot of really good drama.
Okay, I hopped in along a 5-minute orb on the NQ here. It's very scary. Hopping along, but I like this breakout trade. We'll see what happens. Did you trade yet? Question in chat by MyFundedFutures, you guys. Yes, I am up so far. It's about $200 ish right now. I should probably move my stop. It's so volatile. Okay, my stop is moved at about break even. Let's see what happens. Raphael Trade says, I may just wait until 10 a.m. Smart.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Wait for a new 4-hour candle, new hourly candle, see how it progresses, see what it looks like. Are you going pretty light on that short or?
It's a one mini. So I move the stop to break even though, so we're good. It's like 1 point above break even.
Yeah, if I take a trade, I'm only
pushing.
taking on 1, 2, 3, 6 funded today. So definitely.
Okay. I'm gonna close this, you guys. About 200 points. I mean $200. I wish it was 200 points. That would have been amazing.
I mean, I'm gonna laugh when I rips 200 points.
Oh my goodness, look at it go. So far, it's been gap and go. We'll see what happens. NASDAQ is green by 273 points. ES is green by 54 points.
So, yeah, like I say, if I put on a trade today, it'll be like probably like half normal risk, but probably like just less accounts today. Just to be a Monday with no news, and I was hoping we'd go lower. We still can though. Once we get up into these gaps, maybe get a rejection once we run this high. Barbie, do you trade all? I know you don't. You trade a lot of personal too, but how do you do your prop accounts? Do you just you trade them all at one time, and then you just like take like small base hits, or what?
Are you talking to me?
Your name is Barbie.
Oh yeah, so I was.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So I focus on my personal account. Always comes first. It's kind of it's my main account, I guess. But then I'll cycle through, and I wish I'm trying to get more organized about it. I've just been really disorganized this summer in general, so that's the thing I'm working on. But I want, I want to cycle through them and not put all of my risk in one place. Every once in a while, I have just like this perfect setup, and I'm like, yeah, let's just load them up, and I'll put it in lots of accounts. But yeah, so my life, the reason that I like to prioritize my life funds, there's a few reasons, but one of them is having that heat in the game for me really keeps me out of knucklehead trades. Like, oh, this one's for vibes. I think this feels good. I'm just gonna do this because it feels good. Like, I'll just buy the highs just because stonks go up. Like that's I want to keep myself out of that. And for me, part of that is having my funds that are mine come first. Of course, the side benefit is you can take withdrawals whenever you want and things. But I've always seen the prop firms as bonus money, and I think that just having that system, you have to have some sort of system for how you're doing things and how you're basically conducting your trading business. And that's kind of worked for me. I know other traders prioritize their payouts and their prop firm accounts because they're really consistent in getting those payouts on their schedule and everything. For me, and maybe it's because I'm a little bit more type B, I like to just kind of go with the flow and just get my accounts as high as I can and then see about payouts later. But we talk about this a lot, how there's kind of different flavors for different people. So
different strokes for different folks.
So how do you do it, Nick? Are you more
here.
Organized than me? I hope so. I don't gonna come steal your ideas.
Yeah, I'm pretty organized when it comes to this stuff. But yeah, here, I'll type it out real quick. This is just an example here for people.
Hopping around annoys even me, so I need to stop doing that.
Yeah, so this is why I like recommend to people, especially with like copy trading, is do something like this. And however you want to rotate them, it's fine. Like maybe on batch 1, you do it on, I don't know, no news days, right? Or low prob. And then maybe batch 2, you do it on red folder days, right? Where there's going to be a lot of volatility. And then these days right here are, maybe Fridays. A lot of people don't like to trade Fridays. If they do, they like to just play with profits, right? So maybe this batch you do that. And then it just all kind of depends on like what conditions that you like to trade. What do you not like to trade? I don't know. Maybe batch 4, just maybe there's no batch 4. Maybe you just do like 6, and 8 or something. I don't know. Whatever it is. You could do something like that. That's kind of like what I recommend to people. I think this is a good way to do it. Yeah, someone asked about a video about this. It'd just be so hard. Well, I mean, I could probably do a video on it. My thing is like the trade copier I use, people get confused about. It's like Replicanto. People like, if I did a video on that, like if I did a video on that, it'd take like an hour, and then I would miss like half. Like there'd be a million other things I'd be missing. Right? There's so many like things on that trade copier. Like you can do like ratios and like like if you have a 50K account, you can do a certain risk size compared to like another if you have 150K, stuff like that. But I mean, I like it a lot. It's a local based copier, but yeah, but maybe do something like this. This is something similar to what I do right now as well. I'm just trading like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 account. I'm just trading 6 accounts a day if I see a trade. But another thing too, I've been telling people is to like instead of sizing down, like size up on one batch. So maybe if you have, let me just do this. Batch 4 is 500s, right? And these are the ones you really want to see you step on it, right? Like these are like your 2R risk per trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
That way, like you get like you're adding to your winners and you're making a lot of money on this batch right here. These other ones, you're just either half risk or full R. But these right here, like you don't take them a whole lot, but when you do, you put a lot of money on the table for those. How many accounts is everyone? I don't know how many accounts. It's a lot. It's definitely over 20 fundeds for sure. I don't know on my account, but I trade personal as well. I like trade my personal account. Just because there's
That's always the goal, right? You can have your own funds and
Right.
other people's funds too, and trade them how you want.
I will say my favorite, like I've always said, is that expert or the core or the pro plan, because anything above the buffer you can withdraw every 14 days, and I usually don't withdraw until like every 14 days, anyways. I'm personal, sometimes into the month. Let me see if I have it. If anyone has any questions that you typed in earlier about that, feel free to drop them in here now. But yeah, trade syncers are all right. It's just cloud based, so there could be some problems on there. I like local based stuff, but the website is way easier to navigate. Looks like we ran the high on NQ. We did not run it on ES yet.
It's just pumping higher. NQ is green by over 300 points. ES is green by about 60 points.
Oh, we did hit the bounty, by the way.
Yeah, awesome job, guys. Bounty is smashed. We're almost at 19,000 subscribers. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you have not already. It is just pushing. This is the hourly. Let me see. Yeah, we're looking at this is the hourly chart. Big green candle on the hourly too. So this was Friday's open, and we just retraced all of that Friday. We're going into Thursday. The bulls are just like, nope, we're in charge. Get out of my way. I'm going to run you over. What's the expression? Don't pick up pennies in front of a steamroller.
Hey, y'all don't have to copy and paste your same thing over and over again. That's going to DQ you, I promise.
Ooh. Look at
I'm having a hard time
15-minute
trying to
candle
follow
now.
questions when they're copy and pasted, so that's actually really annoying.
Oh, for the
yeah, we're not
special
going to play
treat.
that game. I will personally get rid of those. So stop it. I was going to add though, because some people were asking what trade copier I like too. I use the same one that Nick was talking about, the Flowbots Replicanto.
Yeah, I like it.
I know there's been a lot of them that come out, but that one's been like the tried and true, so I'm still using that one.
Yeah, I like it. But you know what I mean? Like there's so many tic-tacky things that like if you can't do a video on it because there's so many. You could talk for 30 minutes to an hour, and you could have your comment section be filled with, hey, you didn't cover this, and it's just like,
yeah,
there's so many things on it. But I like it. I mean, I never really had a problem with it. It's mainly just when there's like a third party issue, like with Tradevate or someone like that. That's usually the only problem I have. See, but I'll do a video. I'll do a video breaking down this for you guys. How to manage, I don't know, how to manage funded accounts or how to manage trading profit.
Multiple accounts.
Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
that would be so helpful.
Oh, well, I was trying to show real quick, but someone was asking me about my target for the long and on ES, like we're right there. So breaking 17, my target up here was, I'm just moving my stop because I'm just on a runner now. I just had some taken out at
Ooh.
30, but I was looking at this really kind of 33 to 35. That's why I still have a runner going on that one. So we kind of are at that first main target for me on ES. It could keep running, but this is a weekly level that we're coming up on. And since we're just opening the week, I was really looking for this to kind of be some limits here. I am on the orb too. I can show that while we're talking about it. Wait, did we?
I think it got hit. Woo!
No, I'm in the wrong account. That was the other one that got hit. So here's the
Okay.
orb. I got it. I remember I'm in a lot of accounts, so I've got to get on the right account. So this is the ES orb and the NASDAQ orb. Since we got such a big move in the first 15 minutes, we're already kind of there. I am going to, in my funded accounts that I copy this to, be real careful about making sure I get those out in time. But yeah, my ES target on the other account where I was taking just that long, that's been hit. So I'm out of that. I like going for the low hanging fruit. And for me, a big old weekly level is just obvious low hanging fruit there. So but yeah, I am still, I'm really closely watching this. That's the NASDAQ one, the ES orb here, since we are at that spot too. And I want to make sure that, my funded accounts aren't, this thing keeps coming back to break even. So it's driving me crazy this week, or last week it was.
Bulls are running everyone over. This is very intense of a Monday morning. Oh my gosh, I feel like I might like get heartburn or something.
Well, this is this is an example to me of like why I kind of define like low probability day, because you didn't really like me and Barbie. Like for example, before we started stream, or before the market opened, we didn't know like what the market wanted to do. Like it was kind of balanced, and then we just had a huge rip up, right? People think like low probability days is just when the market like will run highs and lows and just chop around. Like no, I did not see this coming. You know, there's been big moves that I've seen coming and we take advantage of, and some like just like this I didn't see happening, especially given like if you're looking at the daily candle, like we're about to retrace and completely retrace like the Friday's candle or engulf it. Well, not yet, but another 100 points or so, which is kind of crazy. So we'll see if we get a rejection or not.
Not bad for a Monday morning. That's why I try to look at it like, instead of predicting like based on the red folder or orange folder or no folder, instead of like trying to decide what I think the market's going to give, I just get myself ready every day and I find the levels every day and I see if we run to them or not, because I feel like you can overthink what's going to happen based on the news calendar and everything, and then miss out on opportunities and chase opportunities. And that's why, I mean, I want to be aware of what's going on, but I'm not going, I have to really try to avoid putting an expectation on the market. I do it too. Some days I'm better at letting go of that than others, but to me, that's kind of the mindset that helps, is not, well, we've got red folder news. You were talking about this earlier. It was really funny, but we've got red folder news. So we can't trade that. But there's red folder news tomorrow. So that means today is going to be bad. So we can't trade that. But then next week, I mean, you end up in this whole thing of paralysis. And I've seen a lot of traders end up in it.
Just show up, Yeah.
Show up and don't have an expectation. Just have a plan without an expectation.
Right.
Corey, the phone trader, says, this thing took off. I haven't even really looked at the market yet. Shake my head, sitting on my hands. It's okay to sit on our hands, right? It's like, sometimes that can be the hardest thing. It's just sitting on our hands and not chasing.
Well, that's a position right there, Like say you have a trader trader one takes every single trade all week, right? So they take 5 trades. They're down 2R, right? And you have another trader who took only 2 trades that week and they're up 4R. Simply by them not taking those 3 extra trades that the other person didn't, like they are able to save more money. So a lot of people don't do that because for the simple fact they lack capital. So they try to make up for the lack of capital by taking more trades. So that's something that I always like a big believer on. Is just stack multiple accounts if you can and add to your personal, and that's the best way to do it.
I like that too. Instead of trying to make the market give you a bigger trade, just take it with more accounts.
Right. Yeah, 100%. Like literally what I was talking about with the batch earlier. Let me see if I can still pull it up. Yeah. Do something like this, guys. 20 if let's just say you got 5. Let's make this a little bit more realistic for people. So you got 5 fundeds, right? Let's say you can 2 batch 1, high probability days, red folder. Red folder, batch 2. Low probability days. Monday, no news, for example. Right. And then batch 3, which is just one account. This is like you're kind of like not your YOLO account, but like A+ setups, high risk. Setups, high risk. All right. So, oh crap. Whoops. So you trade 2 accounts here, 2 accounts here, and then 1 account here. Something like that. That's all you got to do. Right? Doesn't take a whole lot just to batch those things up. That way you're not too attached to everything. No, I don't.
Ooh, bulls are strong. NQ is 330 points in the green. ES is green by 64 points. Wild. I hopped in a small short because I saw it starting to come down and thinking that we'd finally get a small reversal, and took about a $300 loss. Got out of that real quick. Yeah, this is like something else. I think the tech earnings were all like so far pretty
Do you guys
positive,
remember
right?
like when we had big days back in April? It'd be like a circuit breaker every day.
Yeah.
Oh
I
God.
remember one day it was like, I think it was like the Wednesday after the tariff news happened. I was like, imagine if we have a circuit breaker. It was after the big move down. It was like the next day. I was like, imagine if it was within the first 30 minutes we kept selling off and selling off, selling off. And then after the 30 minutes, I was like, imagine if we circuit breaker to the upside. Is that possible? And then it did. I'm like, holy cow. Like it was just I think it was like the 9th or the 10th of April or something like that. It was absolutely crazy.
So wild.
That's when we were first trying to start this stream too, by the way. So we're like trying to have all these normal conversations, and we're like, what? Was that just a 400-point move on ES? What is happening? Very memorable. That'll be historic though. So you'll get to say that like we traded during that record-breaking time.
I'm gonna go back to it here. I'm gonna pull something up because this was absolutely wild, and I remember it. Let me go back here because could you imagine just placing your stop? I'm gonna go to April 9th. 5 minute.
Yeah, monumental time. Monumental.
What was it?
Look, I remember looking at we measured it. It was like 600 points on ES in one day, which
it wasn't even that. It was just like just 1 minute candles. Like
yeah, the whole thing.
Mhm.
It's like, what is going on? The older traders in our group were like, nope, not touching it, not doing it. And then the 20-year-olds were like, let's go.
This was like 120. I think this is when Trump said something like, this is a great buying opportunity, and we flipped or something.
Yeah.
That was
this
epic.
is on the 1 minute chart from April 9th. This is a 600-point 1 minute candle.
Yeah.
Wild.
And then this one looks super small, right? Like it looks like just like a little itty bitty thing. Yeah. 200-point candle on 1 minute chart. 1 minute chart.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about. Like, you need to use your measuring tool right now because we're used to these being 20-point moves, but they're 200. So even if you trade minis, you're in micros today.
I couldn't even afford to take macros on some accounts.
Yeah, it was really crazy.
Like, I couldn't do it. Like,
How's Mr. Vix doing today? Probably coming down.
probably coming down.
Coming down.
Yeah.
It was kind of hot last week. What do I have on my screen?
Yeah,
Hold
it
on.
went up to 20, Barbie. I think you told us it went to 20.
Yeah, so we're coming down off of that. The so the market gapped up, the VIX gapped down. So the VIX gapped down from just above 20 to down here below 20. I'm on this lower right-hand chart looking at this. So this is that gap down where we were trading over 20 and now we've gapped down below 20. No effort to retest it, really. I mean, we had this little bloop, didn't even get back up to the weekly open on VIX there. So, and it's just trending down. So we had a high last week at almost 22, 21.90, and now we're below 18. We just cracked 18 on that. So
Coming down.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real. Spin the wheel for a
50 free resets. Use Bull a 50. Let us know if you got it. There's only 50 of them.
dreams are dropping like a neon sign. Oh,
Ash is in the house. What up, Ash?
flashing prizes rain. Hope it's calling out your
Zero got it. Achi got it.
Barbie had to use one of those reset codes since she was trading ICT this morning, so she had to use
yeah,
it.
that's it. Enigma knew where my stops were.
to stay.
Hate when that happens.
Thank you, MyFundedFutures, for those 50 free accounts. Congratulations to all the winners, and hang out. There will be more throughout the day.
Yeah, let me chop up my charts real quick before I head out. Let's see here. Move this over.
Leave us with the plan. What's the plan?
Well, I told you if
Now
we
that
get
we're
a-
up here.
yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
So I told you guys if we get above this 23,292 level, like we're not even gonna leave a gap to the downside from that big move down on Friday. So I'm gonna be hands off today. I think there was like a 70-80% chance I wasn't taking a trade today, just due to big move down like that on Friday. But going into the rest of the session, this 4-hour candle, wow, it's super bullish. I can't short here. I really can't long either. I'm just gonna wait till a daily close to happen. For you guys that just want to like maybe short, just for a short-term move to go lower to then go higher, I think this would be a good area to look for when we have a fair value gap in here. We also have this high we just got above, but we displaced through this high. We didn't like wick above it. So price is pretty bullish. And then as for this batch thing right here, I'll probably do a video on this for you guys to check that out. Just how to do it, how I do it, things like that. But
I want it. Give
I'm
it
gonna
to
head out
me.
here.
I want it too.
Barbie, no more Enigma trading for you, all right?
It knows where my stops are.
Stop that. Y'all
Thank
take it
you,
easy. I'll
Nick.
see y'all tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Nick.
See ya.
See ya. Ooh, this push. I'm
You got
like,
some good trades in?
yeah, I got that good trade earlier, and then I tried to do a short because it started pulling back, and no go. So now I am done. It is August. No tilt August is my goal, you guys. It's just to work on that. Like, even if I end the month with no payouts, it's like my goal is just to not tilt.
So
Because
you want to keep your goal for this month is to end with the same accounts you're starting with, at least, right? At least those mini accounts.
yeah, and like even if my strategies don't work in the end of the month, like even if I like lose all my accounts at the end of the month, my goal is really to not have that erratic tilt days, because that is what is hurting me the most. Like,
Well, you've heard me you've heard me say this before, like we're always focused on improving our best. Like we want our best day. We want to move our best day from $200 to $500 to $1,500. We always want to improve our best day. And we often neglect our worst days. You really have to bring your worst day up because that's going to keep you in the game. And it's going to give you let your account stay alive to battle another day. And it's critical. You have to be able to do that.
Yeah, totally, Barbie. Like, so last week when I tilted, I was only one day away from a one day of $100 or more of getting a $1,000 payout. And so I already had four. My account was already like 2,000, around 2,000 or something in profits. And I ended up tilting that day, lost that account, lost another funded account, lost an eval, and it stings.
It does.
Yeah, it sucks. I know I'm not alone, and I know that it is something like you're saying, like you have to be able to survive. And even if I have days where I'm making like $1,000 a day, it does not matter if I'm going to have days like that where everything just goes up in flames, right? So yeah, so that's my goal, to work on that. And I think part of that for me is limiting the number of trades. It doesn't matter if I'm green or red, like 2 trades, like that's good. 2 trades a day. Like for some traders, they're not even taking a trade every day. You know, Nick only
Yeah.
takes like a few a week. So I look at you and I look at Nick, and both of you guys you definitely protect that downside.
Quality over quantity. And that's actually, I brought that in from the previous businesses that I was doing and everything, but my mindset has always been quality over quantity. And I know a lot of traders, and I get this pressure all the time because we come in here and we're live and chat's like, where's the trade? Give me a trade. I need a trade. And it's like, guys, I'm trying to make money here. And that doesn't mean that I'm always in a trade. Sometimes making money is not being in a trade. I will
Oh,
like update you on these ones I'm in though. I was trading up Storm. I think y'all probably saw that. I was working on 6 accounts, but so this is the last one I'm in. I've booked everything else. This is the orb trade that we talk about all the time, and so this is the NASDAQ one is trailed to break even, and the ES one is trailed to break even. I do copy this to other accounts. I took it off in my other accounts because I was happy for the day, but I still want to see how this one plays out, so I'm gonna let it go. But just a little update on that. We are trailed to break even on both the NASDAQ one and the ES one. I forgot to have the quantities adjust. I was messing with my algo. So we're going to have to work on that. There's always adjustments to be made.
woohoo!
We're in profit.
Go Barbie. Everyone drop a W in chat for Barbie. Let's go. Ash Trace says, this is part of the process. This is what being a trader is. This is an extremely normal experience, and every trader goes through this. Yes, part of the development of a goat in training. Training wheels on, guys.
And we don't like to work on the bad skills, like we want to work on those big gains. Everyone wants to, you want to go in there with your $500 account and make $500,000 today. I know.
Yes, times 20, times 30.
But we also have to think about what happens in the bad times, and we don't want to. We want to just think about. We want to spend our life in the positive lane and just think about stacking those gains. We got to stack our gains. We're gonna make our bags bigger. We're gonna go get Lambos, but you can't get Lambos if you destroy your accounts. So you have to put the work in on your bad days too, and how you handle losses, how you handle drawdown, all that stuff. That I think needs more focus than how can I make $5,000 instead of 500 today. That will come. That part comes, I promise. Comes a lot faster if you're not destroying your accounts and having to build back up.
Yeah, Sergio says risk management.
Risk management, yes. And I've been really enjoying Nick's little spiels lately about how he handles risk. He's got it down to kind of a science, and a lot of our traders do. There's a lot of different methods. I've seen how I've been paying a lot of attention about how all of our different traders manage the multiple accounts, because that is part of it. If we're a prop trader, we probably don't have one account. Back in the day, we were mostly managing our one little portfolio. We're not really doing it like that anymore. We've got our live accounts if we've been able to work up to that point. Our self-funded. we've got evals going, we've got live accounts going, we've got all kinds of stuff going. And that is the ultimate goal. But then you're also having to worry about managing multiple accounts instead of just one. The advantage is then you have all these different tricks that you can do with your leverage. You just still have to be aware of what you're working with. And that's what we're all here to kind of share and learn. And I love how like every single trader on the show, like throughout the day, kind of has a different way that they manage it. But the point is we're all organized and managing it and having some sort of method to this madness.
Mhm.
That's what we're developing.
That is like such a common theme with all of the expert traders on our entire channel is you guys really have like a method to your madness, and everyone's is a little bit different, but there are many commonalities, like, and it's consistent.
Yeah, Pocket Trades was just complimenting Matt. I really like the way he does it. I've been watching him a lot because, I mean, one of the good things as you get more experienced in futures trading and in prop trading is you are able to start collecting accounts. Okay, then what? What are you going to do if you have 10 accounts to trade? What's the plan? Like, and I think Matt's a really, really good example. I've been watching him too on how he manages those a little bit because that's been a problem. I came into this thinking it's like, well, I have my main account. I'll add these evals and then eventually the live accounts when I earn that to exactly what I'm doing in my futures account. But then I don't know, somewhere along the line, that all went out the window because it's like these aren't. I don't want to wait for an A+ setup every single time. I might take a B setup, but I'm not going to do full leverage on a B setup, so I'm not going to put it in all my accounts. And I started kind of going down that thought process, and that's kind of where I am now, where I'm spending a lot of attention, and I don't know if I fully have a plan. It'll probably evolve once I settle on one anyway, but. I just always want to keep all of the accounts moving as much as I can, but that does mean if it's not an A+ setup, I'm not taking it in all my accounts. But then that means that account number 3 over here hasn't had a trade yet because I took a B setup. So now we'll put an additional trade now that those accounts are done into this next one. And you do it gets a little messy, and you have to reel it back and get real organized and stay real disciplined. But again, it's those same core skills you're developing with discipline and patience in your trading that you'll carry on into more of your trading business with how you're managing accounts. And definitely watch everybody here because this is always I love everybody's different takes on how to manage this. Oh, Ash was wondering if we see a difference in results between taking this exact same setup, because this is an algorithmic trade at this point, so it's doing the exact same thing every day. Do we have different results in NASDAQ and ES? And when I first published all this stuff a couple months ago, like NASDAQ was hands down beating ES. The win rate on it was, I think, like 10% more or something like that. Like it was the better trade. Lately, especially with the earnings week, we were kind of seeing the opposite, where the NASDAQ was more hesitant to make a breakout move and ES was taking it, which is why I've ended up just, why not both, right? I get that a lot. There's a lot of black and white questions in this industry. It's like, Barbie, why don't you do this instead of that? It's like, what do you mean? I do both. So same thought process here. They're supposed to be balanced on the risk management, but I realized that when I was messing with testing, I'd changed that the other day. Now we're already in the trade and I can't change it, but I do try to make sure that I calculate the ticks so that I'm taking the same risk, more or less. Basically, I'm taking the same risk on an ES trade compared to a NASDAQ trade so I can compare them. And I'm bringing back testing. I just had to really get the algo had some issues. The automation had some issues with my re-entry rules. So I'm having to adjust those before I can get a full good back test, but it's coming. Denny was asking, what's your opinion on taking partials? And I love it. I do it all the time. I have a video about this. Let's see. Let's throw this in a sim account. I'll just show y'all real quick. I'm going to show you my favorite bracket. And this is a sim account. This is not a real trade. Do not take this. I'm just going to buy market. Well, shoot. Zoom in. Zoom in. This is normally on this is normally an ES bracket. Screw it. I'm gonna move over to ES. That's why it's not working. It's supposed to be an ES bracket. Okay, there we go. So this is kind of my normal partial setup where I take, and I'll move this. If I have a level right here, if I'm going just to that high, I'll move this. But this is the automatic bracket that I have throwing out. So it's going to take a partial real quick. Real quick, we're going to take this partial at the low hanging fruit. And then I'll extend these out to wherever my runners are. And this is going to be based on the levels that I talked about earlier, like when I did my pre-market. And that's where I'll put my fills. But I love getting that partial off really easy, because then as soon as that partial's off, I can drag my stop up to break even. I can be real relaxed in the trade. And I did do some math on if I'm going to take a one lot in the same place that I'm going to take 5 MESs or something like that, if I'm going to take 1 ES versus 5 MESs, I can generally make more money with the MESs because I can give them that runner. It doesn't work every single time. Like some trades will end up less than the one lot, but in general, it'll end up moving up. So I'm going to close this so we're not. I don't want anybody to come on and be like, that's a weird trade Barbie took. Like, yep, that wasn't a trade.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that
There's the
story.
orbs.
I enjoyed the story that you shared with us about how when you were first learning, you were kind of comparing yourself to this other trader that you were trading with who would keep making a lot more money than you. And you're like, what the heck? Like, what's going on? And,
Yeah.
and through that experience, like you had made adjustments and you're like, oh, okay, my trading style, I do want to like book profits and
Yeah,
take
it was
partials.
absolutely his money management. I was reading the market better, and he was making more money, and that was just frustrating the shit out of me. But then I started looking at his trades, and like he's managing his money better. He's taking the partials, he's moving his stops, and that was like, so that's the nice thing about this show. You get to watch us come on here and share all kinds of different ideas, and hopefully it helps y'all.
Yeah, live, like putting on trades live, you guys, not like pre-recorded and then people only showing you just the good stuff. This is like while it's happening. It is such a special treat.
I still get that on my live streams sometimes. Like, you picked this trade, and like, dude, it was live.
No. Oh dear.
But the internet can be a little confused sometimes. It's okay.
Yeah.
We're all a little confused sometimes.
This is true. Maybe they just needed their morning coffee or Celsius. Okay, chat, drop questions for Barbie in chat.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'll just kind of reiterate, like, I hit my accounts pretty hard this morning. I traded at least 6 accounts. I was like, what is that profit down there? That was my sim account thing that I was just showing you. So this is these 2 trades, my little orb trade, this is going to be it. So I'm literally, these are kind of zero or hero. The way I set these up, we're either going to go break even or take profits the way I have these set up. So that's what we're doing. And I love being, I just have to say, I love being at this point where I've got accounts moved, and then I can just sit back and kind of watch for the final trade and really not be attached to it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not attached to it if this fails or wins or anything like that.
It's the best feeling to just have no attachment to it and all your risk is off. That feels really good. Someone asked about your strategy. You can check out Barbie's 15-minute orb on Bull Barbie's YouTube channel.
I get the question, like, what is your strategy? But I think instead of like a strategy, I have like an outlook on the market, and then I deploy my. I think of my strategies as how I'm entering. So if I have a strategy, it's my play. It's where my entry is, and then where my profit and my stop loss go relative to that entry. But I think my strategy, or my what's it called? My really, I have an outlook on the market where I'm trying to identify these areas where the major players are going to be most engaged, so that I can just participate with them. My trades aren't going to move the market; theirs are. So I want to kind of find those key areas where I can get in and get out and participate with them without getting in the way. And for me, that's identifying those key areas that I share at the beginning of every morning, and then watching for some entries. The orb's kind of an exception to that, because it's purely a systematic trade, and I will take both. And that goes back to I'm not just like a discretionary manual trader. I'm also an algo trader, and I've been working on these for a few years now. So I've really kind of gone down a journey with them. And you have to separate when you're trading your discretionary trades and automated trades at the same time. Your brain has to be able to separate them a little bit. I think people think, oh, Barbie's got algos. You could just plug those in and not do anything. I could, but I make a lot more money, doing both and managing both because they're a very different trading style. And the algos will test your patience because it's like, why didn't you take profit? That was obvious. Like, well, it's not obvious. That's totally rules based. Sometimes the rules based systems will do better than me. A lot of the times I do better than the rules-based systems. It's kind of a mix. And it's just like if you're going to have a stock portfolio and you want your blue chips and you want your stock or your tech stocks and you want to have a mix. You don't want to have all your eggs just in one sector. You want to be spreading out and diversifying your risk and spreading things out. And that's the same thing for me. I don't want to just stick to one strategy or one entry model or whatever. I want to have an outlook that's basically how the market works, and then have ways that I can interact with it, which are the ways that I'm entering the market. That could be because I like this key level at 63.17, and if we break above it, I'm going for 63.30. That's one way that I can interact with the market. Another is saying there's a greater than 70% chance that if I buy or sell the extreme of the opening range, if I buy the breakout or buy or sell the breakout of the opening range, there's a 70-something% odd chance that it'll be break even or better. That's worth it for me in the long run, but it will test your patience. That's what, whenever I am giving somebody one of, teaching somebody in this algo stuff, it's like, this thing will drive you crazy. I just want you to know it is going to drive you crazy. It is going to test your patience. And that's why we look at things over the long run. But I think that helped me a lot in kind of seeing that this isn't if I fail today, that doesn't mean that the market sucks. I don't know what the market is. I suck as a trader. That's not what that means. That just means that I failed today. So it's all about the long run and smoothing out that equity curve so you're not having as jagged ups and downs every day. But that's what takes time and what's frustrating. I can't hand that to you. If I could hand that to you, then everybody would be selling it, right? We can't sell that. We have to develop it.
Yeah, that would be amazing if you could just sell it in one, like download it into someone's brain. Like, here you go. I think it would be worth a lot of money. I was saying, like, in chat, you guys, this is gold. Everything that Barbie is sharing with us right now, it is gold. And your trade is looking like it's gold. Barbie is just slowly walking its way to your TP.
It is, and I don't mind if it goes slow, and it could fail, and again, like, that's kind of how these systematic trades work, as long as the account's positive. And I've been putting this trade win, lose, fail, and some days it has been that. We've had weeks when it was kind of ugly. This account's still going. This is the same account. It's a MyFunded account, and it ends in 2. Okay, it's the second one I got, and this is still going in that. So
I love that. Ashtray says slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
actually, okay, that actually made me think of a good analogy. So I know I've been giving you a lot of Barbie lore lately. So I used to race cars. I am a trained race car driver, and the races that I was doing is called road courses, and there's one like an hour away from me that I go to a lot, and it's a 1.7-mile track. It's got turns and hills. It's reverse cambered, so it's really challenging to get through all these crazy turns. That's the point, is who can get their car around the fastest with these inclines and turns and everything else that's going on. And when you're watching drivers out there, the drivers that look the slowest a lot of the times put in the best times. And it's because they're apexing their turns the best. They're driving the smoothest around the track. They're taking the shortest line. And then the cars that look like they're going really, really fast because they're really, really frantic and they're jerking around, they get the worst times because they're jerking around and like, ooh, squirrel, and like, oh, I'm going to try this. Like, it's the smooth drivers that get around the track the fastest. So if you're going to try to get your profit from 0 to your goal, the smooth line is going to be the easy one to take you there. So that's a good way to think about that too.
Oh, I love that. X said, Barbie's badass. Hell yeah. Our bull Barbie, you guys. Cody says, Barbie real AF right now. That's super cool that you have
I wish
all
I
those
still had that car
experiences.
too, but that's okay.
Do you ever
I hit
still race now?
No, I mean, I got hit by I was driving it to the shop to get something tuned because this is a really fast car. I didn't drive it on I very rarely drove it on the road. I had to change the tires to drive it on the road. And I got hit by a drunk driver, so that car was no more. I mean, you can't they don't give you the replacement cost of a supercharger and all these aftermarket things. So that was kind of the end of that.
Oh
I
man.
drove some other people's cars because they have racing events where you have to build a team, and a lot of times it's just for fun stuff. So like one year I raced on for the German team, and I didn't have a German car, but they're like, "Oh, it's fine, you can drive this one." Somebody gave me a car to drive because I was driving for Team Germany, and they all had to be German themed. So I don't know, I still get a little bit of that in, but also babies.
Yeah.
They frown upon you driving your babies around the racetrack.
In the back seat, in the baby car seats.
Yeah.
My
I raced somebody's Mini Cooper. That was kind of wild. I've never driven a Mini Cooper before, and we had to have a 4-cylinder entered in the 4-cylinder heat, and it's like, okay, I'll drive it. So I'd never driven a 4-cylinder before.
Fun. The Mini, that's the BMW, the Mini
I know
Cooper.
the Mini Cooper. Who is Mini Cooper made by? I don't even know. They're owned by somebody German, I guess. It was a modified one.
So cool. Oh, the Mini Cooper. I'm so curious. Oh, it is BMW.
Wasn't even mine.
Yeah, they're so cute. They're tiny.
Yeah,
Market-
yeah, BMW makes those. So, but they're just like they're little weird fun cars. So.
Super cute. Market keeps just kind of hovering at these high of days. NASDAQ is up 1.6% about, and ES is green by about 1.2 almost percent. Is this a potential trend day? Maybe? I don't know.
We're over key support on ES right now. So that's what's on watch for me. We've got the 63.35 level claimed here. Are we going to hold that? Because that sets up a more bullish move for the week.
Okay.
That reminded me, like, where are my spy calls?
A key level. Oh yeah. So you're in spy calls? Are they long term, like for the day or for the week?
I usually play the monthlies. But yeah, I grabbed those because on Friday we were in that spot. So
yeah. Sweet. Congrats on those calls. Let's see.
Yeah, I want more. So give me more.
Right? I know you were waiting for a nice little pullback to get in some swings.
Carrie was wondering, do I strictly do the 5-minute or 15-minute orb? I think I just talked about this pretty good, but it's one strategy I deploy. It happens to be the one I'm still in because everything else went a lot faster today. So I take, honestly, this is a fun game for me that I play every week. I have my automations, and I wasn't running them for a little while just because I had a lot going on. So I'm having fun getting back into this. I'll run the bots, and I have my weekly P&L tab open. I try to make more than the bots. So this is a game we're playing. We played it last week. We'll play it again this week. I'm going to try to beat them. Something that's really, really systematic, like the orb, I love because I can program into a bot, and that can be. I've got a few different styles of things going on. I can have that going on, but I like the 15-minute because it's had the best results for me. So that's why I do the 15-minute. Terry trades the 5-minute sometimes. We had Mytho on Friday. He likes trading the 15-second. I'm not that fast. That's okay.
15 seconds. Yes.
I used to trade 30 a lot, especially when the market was kind of slower. But yeah, so
Cody says 15-minute is great.
It's hit that sweet spot, at least for me right now. So if I run the stats, if I run everything before COVID, I get different results. So the results I get after COVID are different, but that makes sense because we've had more volatility. And especially if I just run since Trump was elected, I get different results. That's the best chance for the orb to work is after Trump. But that's the whole reason that I'm deploying it. It's a breakout trade, and we're more likely to break out when we have a lot of volatility. So that's the whole point. When anybody's in my comments like giving naysayers, it's like, well, it didn't work very well in 1987. I'm like, okay, don't care. Because you take into account like the context of what's going on in the market right now. And right now we got Trump for president. The market loves Trump. You don't have to, the market does, but you should say, you know what, I like money. So I'm not gonna like try to go against the market. If the market likes Trump, we need to have that, we need to know about that. So
Yeah, and you remind us, do we want the easy way or the hard way? You're like, do you guys want it the easy way or the hard way?
some of them like the hard way.
Oh,
I know. Some of you do. But yeah, so these trades can be really, really slow too. That's the other reason like these things can test your patience. Sometimes we watch these and they pay off in the first couple minutes. I've had these last all day, but I'm trailing, so I don't care.
yeah, because all your risk is off. It's like sitting pretty, relaxed, not a big deal. It's a great place to be in on this trade. Yeah, and it's like the system that you keep sharing with us that it's set and you see the bigger picture. It's not
I
just
know
like one
some people
day.
do really, really great just trading the same strategy over and over and over again because it hits often enough and things like that. I like having a basket. That's just the way, I mean, we find our own trading styles. My trading style is to identify these levels and have a basket of strategies that I can deploy when I get to those levels, or that are doing their own systematic things all by themselves. So what I really, really like, and y'all saw this on Friday a little bit, the orb was breaking like down into one of my levels and I got nervous about it. But the reason that I really like leaving this on is like, even if I'm wrong about a level and a level breaking or something like that, that's when the orb statistics kick in. And sometimes it can be a little bit take, like, why was the algo doing better than me today? And it happens, but that's part of it too.
Mohammed says the best prop in this industry. Let's
Well,
go.
obviously. The dream team of traders here didn't go on XYZ prop firm TV. We went on MyFunded TV because it's the best.
Yes, absolute best. Barbie, last minute thoughts before you head out and I head out for the day?
Yeah, someone was asking how many ticks I normally go for, and I don't have a set number of ticks that I go for because, like I said, I'm always looking for the levels on the chart, like where the actual levels are going to hit. And instead of like trying to figure out how many ticks I'm going to force out of this move, I say, how many ticks is that? Okay, that's how many positions or how many what my quantity is going to be. So I look at things a little bit differently. It works so much better for me. Maybe some of y'all like taking those. I only take 100 ticks or whatever, but I do it differently. So yeah, for today, I'll watch these trades. That's the MES one, the NASDAQ one's lagging a little bit behind. That's been happening. That's like what Ash was just talking about. But in general, what I'm watching for is on ES, we've claimed the 63.35 level. Is this going to hold? Because that sets us up for, walk up to these higher levels, like this move lower was on Friday, was kind of putting in at least an hourly low. So that's what I'm watching today. Hopefully that'll help me out on my swing trading a little bit too, so we can get some swing trades and some day trades going. I love it when we get both.
Thank you, Barbie. Have a great day, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. Bye. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down, Ash. Ash Trades. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you so far today?
I'm doing really well. I actually just sent in another withdrawal request, so I'm very happy about that. And great way to start the new week. Great way to start the new month.
Woohoo! Everyone in chat, type in W for Ash. So awesome. Congratulations. I am not surprised at all.
I'm very happy about it. And it was actually a moment to have fun in this business. Nick mentioned something about, he mentioned something about 777 earlier.
Oh, the bounty?
Oh, that was a bounty. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I saw that while I was in chat, so I was like, all right, let's have some fun today. Let's change it up a little bit. We don't have to be overly serious every single second of every day.
Yeah.
So let's submit a withdrawal for 777.
I love that.
Yeah.
Woohoo! I absolutely love that. Well, have a great show, and I will see you tomorrow.
All righty. Hope you have a nice day.
Thank you, Ash. Bye, chat. See you guys tomorrow.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Very excited to get back on here with you all. Another chance to continue to keep working on our business. Every day is another learning opportunity. Let's provide our undivided attention to our business so that we can continue to keep getting 1% better every single day. And when I say 1% better, I am referring to your prior self. Remember, comparison is the thief of joy. The only thing that we need is to be better than our prior selves. And we do that by remaining present and giving our business the undivided attention it deserves. So let's hop into it. I'm going to take a moment to say good morning to the community, see who's here, see who's in chat, see how everybody's weekend went. Good morning or good day. Lots of familiar faces in the chat. Very happy to be back on here with you guys. How's everybody doing? Did everybody have a good weekend? Did everybody get a chance to reset, recharge? That way we can come back to our business nice and ready to focus. Good morning, Raj. Good morning, Robert. Good morning, Cartoon Futures. Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Giorgio. Good morning, Mike. No Q, good morning. Scott, good morning. Pigeon, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Cody, good morning. Con, good morning. 420, good morning. Denny, good morning. Time to relax, good morning. Oscar, what's up? Abhishek, good morning. Sharma, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Lots of familiar faces in chat. Very excited to get back on here. Conviction is built through experience. So let's continue to keep showing up to our session. Let's continue to keep documenting. Let's continue to keep learning. Let's continue to keep going over this information daily. Good morning, A.O. Washington. Good morning, Trader Mac. No Luck, Pure Skill. Good morning. WeWop MFTV. Good morning. Tao Trades. Good morning. Fernando. Good morning. Adam, what's up? CJ, what's up? Hello, hello, hello. Happy Monday, everyone. Another chance to gain more conviction in our business. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Time to get back to work. And I'm just going to go through a little bit of a different conversation today. It was something that I was just talking to Terry about. There's that classic saying of, do what you love. You never work a day in your life. Well, that's where I'm at right here. I love showing up to this business. I love conducting business every single day. I love showing up to the market. I love getting better. I love working on this business and, developing a skill that nobody can take away from us. In my opinion, that's what freedom is. When you have the ability to have a skill that nobody can take away from you, that provides you an income that keeps your family safe, keeps you healthy. The only thing that we really rely on here is internet and electric. So, excuse me. Yes, there is something that we rely on, but it's very minimal compared to, a 9-to-5 job. So as we're here, I know we've been very serious about our business. It's been a couple months now of us going over, how I conduct my business, all the logic that goes behind it. But I do want to say, let's not forget to have fun. All right, let's make sure we enjoy our days. We only get one life. Okay, so let's make sure that we're enjoying what we're doing. There's there's many peaks, there's many valleys, there's lots of ups, there's lots of downs, there's lefts, there's rights. There's so many things that happen in this business that induce a lot of emotions. Okay, so it is very good to be serious and giving your business the attention it deserves, but let's not forget to enjoy what we're doing. Let's have some fun as well, and maybe we'll start cooking up some ideas to have some more fun. So stay tuned. We do have some stuff in the works. I'm not going to give out any hints just yet, but just know we're going to also have some fun here. We're going to enjoy this business. We're going to enjoy each day. And, a simple way to enjoy it was exactly what I was talking about with Terry. Nick set the bounty for 777. So I went over to the live account and took a withdrawal of 777 just to have fun, to enjoy this business, to loosen up a little bit, that we don't have to be, very serious all the time. We should love what we're doing so that we never work a day in our lives. Okay, so let's just take a moment, make sure that we're in the right headspace. Let's make sure our emotions are in check. Let's just make sure that we're ready to conduct business. Let's not just impulsively hop into the charts. Let's get prepared. Let's see what we're looking at. Okay. We'll go through a weekly outlook for all the assets like we've done before, so that way we can prepare for the week. That way you're seeing the process, right? We're not just impulsively acting. We're creating a game plan, and then we're executing that game plan. And you see me do that by creating a weekly outlook, doing a top-down analysis, preparing a game plan for intraday along with weekly. That way we know what we're looking for going into price action. All right, so let's get a weekly outlook done for all of our assets. But once again, let's have a little bit of fun first. How about this? Let's set another bounty and we'll get another giveaway going. So what do you guys think? Let's set another bounty. How about this? Tell me if you guys like this idea for another giveaway during my segment. Tell me if you guys like this bounty. Let me get over to chat. It looks like we're currently at about 600 viewers and close to 1,000 likes. How about this? Let's set the bounty here. Another 200 likes, another 200 viewers, 200 of each. How does that sound? That'll be the bounty for my session. Another 200 viewers, another 200 likes. How does that sound? So around 1,200 likes, around 800 viewers. How's that sound? All right, so go and share the stream in your communities. Go and share the stream on your Twitter. Tag us while you do it so we can see it. Another 200 viewers, another 200 likes, we'll get another bounty going. So send the stream link to your Discords, to your Instagram, to your Twitter. Let's get another 200 viewers in here. Let them know we're going to do another giveaway. That way we can get another chance at having some more fun. All right, so bounty has been set. I'm going to take a sip of coffee, and then we're going to do a weekly outlook for our assets. All right. Thank you very much for the patience. Let's get into it. I'm going to end with NQ and ES because we watch NQ and ES during my session. So let's get through the other assets first. So that way, when we're done with our weekly outlook, we can go into the intraday for ES and NQ. All right. What kind of coffee? If you guys don't know this, I highly suggest you try it, but black coffee with a little bit of honey in it. Black coffee with a little bit of honey in it. It'll do you wonders. In terms of what kind, Cafe Bustelo. They have the normal coffee grounds, and then they also have the espresso as well. You guys should see the coffee machine we have. I mean, I'll go for an espresso. I'll go for a black coffee, the whole nine. But black coffee with a little bit of honey is definitely the way to go. So let's hop over here to Euro. Let's start with Euro. Then we'll go to Dixie. Then we'll go to oil. Then we'll go to NQ and ES. So here's the weekly outlook. First things first is anytime you see equal highs or equal lows, you got to point them out. Okay? Anytime you're dealing with equal highs or equal lows, you always want the right side to be the failure swing. Okay, so I literally mean the right side, right? This is the left side of the chart. This is the right side of the chart. So I literally mean the right side. Okay? You can see how the high here is on the left, and the high here on the right is a lower high compared to the one on the left. Okay, so this is what I want to see when I see equal highs or equal lows. I always want to see the right side be the failure swing. This, to me, is a very good draw on liquidity. Okay, so anytime I'm looking for a form of draw on liquidity, I'm looking for equal highs or equal lows. That's the first thing. Second thing, when I'm on the daily chart, I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. Okay? This is how I determine bias. What happens at those locations? What happens at a swing low? What happens at a swing high? What happens at an FVG? Okay? And I'm looking at the most recent information. So let's take a look. The most recent information is that price clearly and definitively went right through this bearish FVG. Right, so they invalidated the bears here, right? The price going directly through this bearish imbalance shows that the bulls are present. For that reason, for the reason of having equal highs, this is what I'm looking at on Euro for a weekly analysis. Okay, very simple if-then statement. And if you have trouble creating a game plan, I highly suggest you start looking into if-then statements, right? A cause and effect type of relation to show you what price is doing, right? So instead of trying to predict, you are still being objective, right? Because you're analyzing current price. If price does this, then I will do that, instead of forcing price to do something certain or specific, right? So this is what I'm looking at in terms of a weekly outlook for Euro. Price has invalidated the bearish FVG. It also has equal highs above. So I'm going to use the equal highs as a target. And if price finds support at this invalidated bearish FVG, then I will look for higher prices, right? I'm just looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. And the most recent FVG was invalidated by the bulls. Since it was invalidated, I'll look to see if that's an important location for higher prices. Very simple. If price gets supported by the invalidated FVG, then I will look for higher prices to target the equal highs. Okay, so that will be our weekly outlook for Euro. If price gets supported by the invalidated bearish FVG, then I will look for higher prices. Okay, there's our analysis on Euro. So let's hop over to Dixie, and it should be the same, just inversely correlated, right? Dixie should be moving the opposite direction as Euro because it's an inversely correlated asset to Euro. Okay, before we hop into Dixie, let me just let the newcomers know there's currently a bounty right now. If we get another 200 viewers, another 200 likes, we'll do another giveaway. All right, so go and share the stream on your socials. Go and share the stream in your communities. Let's get another 200 people in here so that we can do another giveaway. Share that stream, Tag us in it if you want to. Go ahead and put that in your community so we can get another giveaway going. Now for Dixie. Dixie top-down analysis. Our weekly outlook is just the same as Euro, but inversely correlated, right? Once again, we had a bullish FVG here. The bears clearly showed no respect to that, right? We did not bounce from here. In fact, we went directly through it and closed decisively below it, right? So for that reason, I'm looking at this area to be an important area for lower prices. And you have the same exact scenario as Euro as well with this failure swing here, right? So very quick, I don't really need to go into deep detail there because it's literally the same as Euro. If price finds resistance at the invalidated FVG, then I will look for lower prices. Okay? So there's your weekly outlook on both Dixie and Euro. That is what I will be watching for the next week in terms of these two assets. Next, we'll go over to oil, and then we'll do NQ and ES after that. Okay, so let's hop over to oil. Oil already kind of got the move that I was looking for. Once again, it's the same exact information. I purposely use less is more as a way of my entire trading business. Whether it's weekly outlook, whether it's draw on liquidity, whether it's entry function, whether it's risk management, quality over quantity is not just a statement, it's a way of life. Risk management is not just a statement, it's a way of life. Okay? Same exact thing here. I'm once again only looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. So it's the same exact story. Once again, price invalidated this bullish FEG right here. Okay? We've gone all the way through it. And for that reason, I was looking for lower prices. Right? You have these lows right in here. Right? Why are these all failure swings? Because it looks like a draw on liquidity. Okay? So we'll go with the low-hanging fruit, and we'll just go with the first low here. Let's make sure this is on the swing low because this one's a swing point. Okay? This is what I was looking for, and we got a decent move here this morning, so I'm not going to continue to keep forcing this, but price went all the way through the bearish Price went all the way through the invalidated FEG. Then after we retested it, we found resistance and we headed lower. And it did a good job moving to the target. Okay, I'm not going to force it to go below these lows. It did get a nice move lower. We'll see if it wants to continue to the targets. But again, in terms of a if-then statement, this is what I'm looking at. Okay, if price gets rejected from this area, I will target the lows. Very simple. If price does not get rejected by that area, then I know that this weekly outlook is incorrect, right? I'm completely okay with being incorrect because that's what being a trader is. That was another statement that I made in chat this morning. The difference between a unprofitable individual and a profitable individual is when you have a loss, do you try again after that loss? Very simple. The winner tries again no matter the result. If you have a loss, the winner is still going to try again no matter what. No matter what kind of loss it is, they're going to get up and they're going to try again. A loser is going to have a loss and then they're going to stop trying because they're so emotionally deterred by it, because they've improperly used their risk management and they no longer have, the funds to complete this business. That's the only difference here, is a winner's going to try again. And when it comes to that statement, I always look to professional athletes. I used to play sports when I was growing up, so that's why I always reference professional athletes. But for example, let's talk about some of the best, right? Let's talk about LeBron James. Let's talk about Kobe Bryant. Let's talk about Tom Brady. Let's talk about Michael Jordan, whoever you want to pick. All of those individuals have failed millions and millions of times, but you never hear about the failures because of the winners, right? Like, there was a stat that I read. I believe I shared it here on this stream as well. It goes along the lines. These are the incorrect numbers, but it goes along these lines, right? Michael Jordan took like 100 game-winning shots, right? And he only made like 20 of them. So he failed the majority of the time, but you still look at him as if he's the best, right? Like, if the game is on the line, I'm giving the ball to Michael Jordan, even though he's missed that game-winning shot 80% of the time. Okay, so same thing with LeBron, same thing with Kobe. This man, Kobe, tore his Achilles and then got up and still shot the free throws after he tore his Achilles. You see the difference there? Like, the individual that's going to tear their Achilles and then sit down and cry and be worried about how horrible the situation is, that person, he's probably going to quit and not come back. Or you can be the individual to get up and try again. Okay? Very simple. Trading is the same exact thing. Okay? You are going to fail. Okay? It doesn't matter if it's one account that you blew. Doesn't matter if it's 10 accounts that you blew. Doesn't matter if it's 100 accounts that you blew. I've blown many accounts. Okay? I'm still net profitable even though I've blown those accounts. You see the difference there? I didn't just stick around and, become a sore loser when I blew an account. No, I got up and I tried again. And it took many failures to get to those payouts, right? You have to fail forward. That is how you learn. That's how you learn. There's very minimal that you get from winning. You learn from your losers. Okay, so never be so emotionally driven that you can't move forward. Always find a way to move forward. Always be objective to your results and continue to keep giving your business the attention it deserves, the respect it deserves. Okay? If you're going to just sit there and be emotionally driven about everything, it's going to be harder to move forward. Okay, sorry about the little rant. I'm really just, trying to get our mindset in the right place to continue to keep making progress because, this business is hard. This is one of the hardest businesses there is to run, and it's also very lonely, right? So you don't even get to have this conversation if you're doing this on your own. Like, luckily, thank you to MyFundedFutures for putting this community together because now we get to share all of these experiences. Okay, so now me and you get to go back and forth and have this conversation so that we're all on the right mindset, so that we can all keep pressing forward. Okay, so no matter where you are in your trading journey, just know that you have to keep failing forward. Do not attach your identity to any of your prior results, right? It's not like you were a trader when you were in your first year. It's not like you were a profitable trader in your first or second year. So why would you attach your identity to that failure? No, you're going to be a new person in that third year. When you become profitable, you're going to be doing something different than you were doing in the beginning. So why would you attach your identity to those failures when you're going to refine your system, get better, obtain new perspectives, have new understandings and new learning experiences that will give you the muscle memory needed to make those profits? Okay, so, and I'm the same way. I've had ups, I've had downs, I've had lefts, I've had rights. There's been negative years. There's been profitable years. Just know that when you become profitable, that does not mean you're consistently profitable, right? You have to keep trying every single time you show up. The same battle that you're having right now is going to be the same battle when you're profitable in a couple years from now. Okay, so get used to being uncomfortable. Okay, get used to failing. Be capable of learning from it so that we can continue to keep getting better. All right. The rant is over, but the purpose of it was to, make sure that we get our mindset in the right place, because I guarantee you the winner is just an individual that failed and kept trying. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. There's no special individual. We are all traders. We all go through the same exact experiences. Just because I'm sitting up here on stream does not make me any different from all the individuals over there. Okay. I failed accounts just like everybody else, multiple of them, but I kept going. So you should too. If anything that is worthwhile will be hard. Okay. And on top of that, I would rather complete something that is hard than easy, because it's more satisfying. Strong individuals are made from hard circumstances. Weak individuals are made from easy circumstances. Okay, so get comfortable with being uncomfortable and continue to keep working forward no matter the result. All right, I swear we're going back to the conversation this time. We'll get back to the weekly outlook. Rant's actually over this time. Maybe not. Don't quote me on it, but I think it is. Before we complete the rest of our assets, we got to go through ES and NQ. Let me just let the viewers know again, for any of the new viewers, we're doing a bounty right now. Okay, we're going to do a giveaway coming up here shortly. If we get another 200 viewers in here, if we get another 200 likes, we're going to do another giveaway within the next 15 minutes. Okay, so go share the stream in your communities. Go share the stream on your socials. While you're at it, sub to the channel. The chat is sub-only mode, so you'll have to sub as well to talk with us here. And then like the video while you're at it. Okay? Let's get through the rest of the assets here for our weekly outlook, and then I'll head back over to chat. Sorry for the little bit of rant, but I wanted to make sure we're all in the right headspace. Okay? This is a you versus you mentality, so make sure you're in the right headspace so that we can give our business the attention it deserves. Okay, so let's finish up ES and NQ. Now, we're currently dealing with, a pretty important level here. We had a pretty decent sell-off there at the end of last week, but in my opinion, the bulls look like they're still in control. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Liquidations fuel the next rally. Okay? The way that I trade, it's the way that I trade because I'm looking for people to get taken out of the market first, and then I go into the market. So whether that sounds good or bad, I'm looking for those stop hunts, right? It's a joke online, and that's why I put up the air quotes. People think they're hunting your stops. No, they're not. Okay, you don't nearly have the size to think that they want your money. So, side comment there. Liquidations fuel the next rally. So I always look for who's getting taken out of the market, and it makes complete sense that everybody's been a bull for quite some time, right? We've just been moving higher for quite some time, right? It's a very bullish trend. So the people that we need to take out right now are the bulls. We need to liquidate some of the late bulls, right? The people that are longing up here, right? Those are the people we need to take out because they're chasing the bullish trend were already above all-time highs, right? So all the people that were bullish in here, right? All the people that were bullish in here made the right move and they got the appreciation for it. So these people, in my opinion, were the ones trading efficiently, understanding price action. All these bulls in here. The bulls here, right? The people that are just entering positions now are the ones that are dealing with emotions. These are the people that are chasing price, right? The time to be bullish was here. You get the appreciation. We go to new all-time highs. You take profits on that appreciation. So the people that are longing currently, right? The people that are saying, now let's get long, let's buy some long-term, blah, blah, blah. Those are the people we need to take out, right? So take out some of the bulls, right? Liquidate the late longs by having a very aggressive sell-off here, right? This was very quick, okay? Right? Out of nowhere, we just dump from new all-time highs, few hundred points lower. And where do we dump to? Right? Of course, we dump to a swing low, right? Because this is structure, right? This is structure in the overall uptrend. So when somebody's raising their stop loss, they're probably going to put their stop loss below a swing low, right? Thinking that they want to stay in this trend, but they need to give themselves some kind of protection. So they raise their stop losses to about here, and go figure, we run that low by a point or two. And of course, after taking out those longs, we get a nice bounce. Okay, so in terms of a weekly outlook, here's what I'm looking at. If the bulls want to stay in control, right, then we should invalidate this area right here, right? There should be no bearish gap, right? There should be no bearish imbalance, whatever you want to call it. Once again, I don't subscribe to a certain terminology. I'm just a trader and I want to trade. Call me whatever you want to call me. That's just, opinions are just noise. I don't care if you call this an imbalance, a volume node, a FEG. I really don't care. I don't subscribe to any of those. I just show up and trade. So I don't pick any sides here. The only thing I need to do is understand how to move forward. Okay. This is how I'm moving forward. If we are still in a bullish trend, then this should not become a bearish imbalance, right? The bear shouldn't be present. Okay. So I would like to see if today's daily candle can close above that area, right? Here's another way of looking at it, right? If the bulls are in control, we should have a bullish engulfing candle here, right? So we're saying two different things, but we mean the same thing. I'm talking about this FEG being closed. I don't want to see a bearish FEG here. I would rather see the daily candle closure engulf that sell-off. If it engulfs that sell-off, then I would think that the bullish trend is still intact, and I would look for new all-time highs once again. Okay, so here's the weekly outlook for NQ and ES. I'll go over to NQ, but once again, they're two correlated assets, so it will be the same exact information. We swept a swing low, okay? And I've told you many times the location to be bullish is below a swing low or inside of a bullish FEG, right? So that was the time to be bullish. And if we are, in fact, actually still in a bullish trend, I would like to see today's daily candle closure close up here, engulfing the sell-off, showing that the bulls are still in control. Then I will go target here. So I'm waiting for today's daily candle closure. If we engulf the sell-off from Friday, then it looks like the bulls are still in control, and I will look for the swing high as the target. That's my weekly outlook on NQ and ES. I'll just hop over here to NQ just to show it, but it's the same exact information, right? Once again, the swing low is taken out there just by a couple points. Go figure, right? That must have been an important location for bulls to purchase. I would like them to engulf this candle here so that there is no bearish imbalance. If there is no bearish imbalance, then I will look for higher prices to the swing high. All right, so there it is. You have Euro, you have Dixie, you have oil, you have ES, you have NQ. All right, so just a little quick recap for the individuals that are just joining now. Bullish weekly outlook on Euro. Bearish weekly outlook on Dixie. Bearish weekly outlook on oil. Bullish weekly outlook if we get the if-then statement on NQ and ES. So we'll wait for today's daily candle closure to confirm that idea. But what I want is a candle closure above here for the bulls to continue. So bullish on ES and NQ. All right. So great job. Great weekly outlook. This is what, conducting your business is getting prepared so that you know how to operate throughout the day, throughout the hour, throughout the week, throughout the minute, whatever time frame you're on. All right. So let me hop over to chat. And if you have any questions or information, if you would like to go over any of that analysis, feel free to throw it in chat. I'm going to hop over to chat now. Refreshing the stream. Give me 2 seconds. While it refreshes, let's take another sip of that amazing coffee. Very good job. We hit the bounty. Congratulations. So with hitting the bounty, I like to do some scheduled giveaways. I like to do some surprises. This time we will do it scheduled. Okay, so throw W in chat for the entire community because you guys hit the bounty once again. Congratulations. We will do another giveaway at 11:15. Okay, so I'm also giving you some time to prepare so that you get a scheduled giveaway this time instead of a surprise. We're going to keep changing it up. Sometimes it'll be scheduled. Sometimes there'll be surprises. But this one, we'll run it at 11:15 because you guys hit the bounty. So very good job. Thank you once again for everybody that's participating. It's so great to be a part of this community because there's so much value that comes from it every single day. While we're waiting, while we're getting prepared for that giveaway, you got 5 minutes to prepare. So hear me clearly. We're doing the giveaway at 11:15. It has been scheduled. Thank you for hitting the bounty. Congratulations. Let's do some questions and answers while we're waiting. Great question to start off as well from Khan. What are the main steps for a trader to know him/herself better? Great question. So first things first is you need to be collecting data. Okay. If we're talking about how to know him or herself better within day trading, it comes from the data. Okay. So for example, let me give you an example. If you've set a game plan for yourself and you say, all right, I'm going to execute from 9:30 to 12, right? New York Open, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 12. And then you go in and you execute at 8 p.m. at night, right? It's a completely different time. You have not listened to your own rules. You are clearly impulsively acting, right? The market opening for the overnight session has clearly induced some kind of emotion that makes you want to trade. Okay. You're only going to realize that if you've collected the data. So when you're documenting, you should be documenting your entries, your exits, the reasons why, the reasons how. And then when you go back to review your data and you see, okay, why are all of my positions at 8 p.m. failing and all of my positions at 10 a.m. winning, right? It's very clear that you're being impulsive because you're not even listening to your own rules, right? So that's the moment where you can see how to better thyself, right? Figure out a way to become more patient, right? Step away from the chart and figure out a way in real life to become more patient, because it's internal, right? You have to be patient here to actually be patient here. So start reading books, right? Like if you don't like to read books, if you can't sit down and do one thing for, an hour straight, start reading books. Another great example is when you're having a conversation and you don't let the other individual finish their comment and you start talking over them, right? It seems like you're being very impatient and you need to say, what you need to say instead of just waiting. You understand what I'm saying? So there's ways in real life to better those things that you learn about yourself through the data that's provided on the screen. Okay? Very good question. Very, very good question. Once again, chat, we got a giveaway coming up in another 3 minutes. If you haven't already, sub to the channel so you can communicate with us here in chat. While you're at it, like the video. We got a couple more minutes, so prepare yourself for that giveaway. As we're waiting, we're going to do questions and answers. So feel free to throw any type of question or information in the chat. And let's see. If we create the bearish daily FVG today, and then it inverses it by the close of the day tomorrow, will you switch direction immediately or wait for a confirmation? Okay, so here's the example that was just put into chat. The question is let's say this gap is confirmed because today's daily candle closes, leaving this bearish FVG here. Then the next step was, if tomorrow inverses this, right? If tomorrow's daily candle closes above this gap, what would that tell you? Throw it in chat if you know what that means. Let's see if you guys know first before I just hand it out. So if this gap is confirmed right here, this daily minus FVG, then tomorrow we get a candle closure above it, right? Tomorrow's candle closes up here, invalidating this gap. What would that tell you? That the bulls are in control. Very good job, chat. That's what it would tell me, right? That's why I'm looking for this to get invalidated. Same exact reason for today. I want this to be closed to think the bulls are in control. Whether it's closed today or tomorrow, I want that closed to think that we're going back to the highs. Very good question. Okay. Whether it's closed today or tomorrow, both of those instances would show that the bulls are in control, in my opinion. Very good question. Let's get down into the lower time frames too. Let's see what today is doing here. Oh, chat, there it is. 50 free resets using code ROCKST_R50. Does that stand for Rockstar 50? Is that what that is? 50 free resets using code ROCKST_R50. Who's going to get one? Who's going to get one? Chat. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Congratulations once again. That's what you get when you make a deal and then complete it. So very good job hitting the bounty. Congratulations. Thank you to MyFundedFutures as well. Let's throw a W in chat for MyFundedFutures. Once again, the amount of value that's provided here every single week is incredible. So throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Congratulations. Another day, another week, another giveaway. Congratulations, everyone. So we got another 14 minutes here during my segment. We'll do some questions and answers as we're watching intraday action. What I'm currently looking at here is the hourly chart. What I'm looking at is the change in trend. Okay, so again, I really don't care what kind of terminology you use, right? We had a very clear downtrend here. We broke out of that trend here, right? So whether you want to call this a breakout, whether you want to call this a trend change, whether you want to call this a change in the state of delivery, I really don't care, but that's what I'm looking at. So in my opinion, here's the change in the state of delivery right here, right? This is where the bullish change in the state of delivery would be. In my opinion, ever since we created this bullish change in the state of delivery, that's when it looked like this downtrend right here changed to an uptrend. Okay. Ever since that changed, I would be looking for higher prices, right? So now that we're looking for higher prices, the next thing that I would do is look at bullish fair value gaps or swing lows, right? Higher time frame points of interest to engage with the bullish idea, right? So here's a gap here. You got a nice bullish FEG here. They did a phenomenal job finding support from it and heading higher. Okay. This looks like this was during the pre-market here, so we can go in and look to see if the pre-market had any opportunities, but where we're currently sitting at, right? Let's talk about current action is the same exact thing. It's the same exact process, time in and time again. Here's the bullish gap. This would be an area to look for bullish positions, right? So if you didn't get that morning move higher, right, then I would be looking at the fact that we have bullish SMT here, right? Notice how ES did not take out this hourly low into the gap, while NQ did take out this hourly low into the gap. So it looks like we may be getting bullish SMT here. So that doesn't mean you instantly go in and try to execute. SMT is just a confirmation to an idea. I still need price to confirm that idea. And what I mean by that is this right here. So if we were to get this right here, right, a bullish breaker at a higher time frame bullish level with a higher time frame bullish cracking correlation, this is something that I would look to execute, right? So waiting for this currently, right? Now we're talking about intraday action and what to do with the rest of today's session. This is what I would be looking for. Looking to see if price can go into this gap, right? It is on NQ right now. And when we're in this gap, I'll look for this here, right? Wait for this. If this occurs right here, then I would look for the continuation for the bulls to target new highs, new high of day. So that's intraday action, right? This is bullish SMT as well, right? ES has not gone into this gap yet, while NQ has. So I'll wait to see if we can get this. If we get this, this is something that the bulls can act on to target new high of day. All right, so we now have a weekly outlook. We did a giveaway, and now we also have intraday action for today. All right, so this is what I would look for the rest of the day. If this occurs, then I would be interested in seeing a new high of day, right? From the breaker to new high of day. If they decide to go to new high of day without giving the breaker, right, then I just wouldn't execute, right? I would still have the same bias, but there's a difference in terms of executing versus not executing. Execute when you're capable of identifying the information and clearly defining your risk. choose not to execute when you cannot define those things. Very clear. A bias does not mean instantly execute. A bias is just an idea to help you get in and out of the market. Same thing with SMT, right? A cracking correlation is just a confirmation to an already existing bias. It just helps you get in and out of a position, okay? It's not just instantly executing. Just because there's SMT on the chart does not mean I instantly execute, okay? You still need the entry function. All right, so got another 9 minutes for my segment. If you'd like to go over any of that information, if you want to talk about anything to do with this business, feel free to throw any type of questions or information in the chat. We do have Tom coming up here in another 8 minutes, so definitely stick around for Tom's segment as well, along with Matt to round out the day. Both of those individuals, along with the morning crew, have been doing a phenomenal job providing value every single week. So definitely stick around for their segments. Any questions or any information to round out my segment? I got another 8 minutes here with you all. Ash, but on NQ, isn't there a 1 minute bullish unicorn? You have to understand that higher time frames are going to hold more influence. Okay, so I'm not interested in looking at the 1 minute chart simply because it's the 1 minute chart. That's the first thing. Second thing is, just because there's a pattern on the screen does not give you a reason to execute, right? If you're just looking for a unicorn at any moment in time, you're just trading patterns on a screen. You have to provide logic to your decision making, right? Along with that pattern on the screen, you should be aligning yourself with higher time frame order flow, right? The daily chart. You should be aligning yourself with a higher time frame cracking correlation, right? SMT on the hourly chart. If you have those things with a very clean draw on liquidity, right? Since we're talking about bulls, I would want to see equal highs. If you have all of those things, then that's a recipe to execute. Okay, so notice how I'm talking about the logic. I'm not talking about the entry function. I don't care if there's a 1 minute bullish unicorn on the screen. That means nothing to me if there's no logic that goes with it. Okay? Very good question. Take the payout. I don't know if you're referring to me or not, but I did actually take a payout today. I'm in a live account at MyFundedFutures, and what a pleasure it's been. You know, if you guys don't have the goal of making it to the live account, I highly suggest you do so. There's so many benefits to it. For example, the risk management team. Thank you to you all. You guys don't get enough credit, but I know you're behind the scenes, putting in a lot of time and a lot of effort. Thank you to the entire risk management team. Being able to talk with somebody, being able to set limits on an account, being able to work with other like-minded professionals, it provides so much value. Having a risk management team behind your trading helps you have that discipline. So thank you to the entire risk management team. You know who you are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Daily payouts is the next thing. I mean, what more could you ask for? Daily payouts that are getting approved within seconds. I mean, it's the quickest, most efficient withdrawal procedure that you can experience. It's the approvals happen right away. They send the money right to you. I quite literally have never been denied of a payout at MyFundedFutures. 0 denials. Out of all of my payouts, I've never been denied. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is every single payout has been approved and sent to my bank account in less than 5 minutes. With daily payouts, what more could you ask for? I mean, incredible. So the goal is to make it to the live account on MyFundedFutures. Wherever you're at in your process, you should be working towards that because the incentives and the things that come with it are very valuable. So the live account's doing phenomenal. That's where I was going with it. We got another payout here this morning. It was a payout of $777. I was just trying to have some fun. Apparently 777 means good things. It's like good luck, or I don't really know where that comes from, to be completely honest. But somebody mentioned 77 this morning, so I went ahead and did it just because, like I said during the earlier conversation, we should be having fun too. We should enjoy what we're doing. We should be able to, have fun with this business as well. So thought it would be funny. Thought it would be cool to just do a random withdrawal in 777. Go ahead and throw that in chat. What does that mean? If somebody wants to Google that real quick, I'm pretty sure it means like good things for, I don't know where it comes from, but 777 represents luck from what I heard. Yeah, I do think that is what that means. I just don't really know like what it's from. It's from slot machines? No, slot machines decided to use that number because it already had a meaning. It's the other way around. It already had a meeting, so they decided to use it. So somebody Google it real quick. Throw it in chat. Yes, it's on slot machines. I understand that. But there's a reason why that is. Yeah, angel numbers. Is that what it's from? Are you doubting my gambling expertise? No, I don't doubt you at all. I definitely think those are on the slot machines as well. Ash, do you think NQ will bounce around in August, then continue bearish through Q4? I don't nearly try to predict the future like that. In my opinion, you should just show up to each day being objective to the information. Okay, so don't try to forecast far into the future. Just focus on today. I couldn't tell you what's going to happen in a month from now. Couldn't tell you what's going to happen in Q4 from now. I have no interest in even trying to determine that. There's no reason to try to predict price. Okay? Be objective, right? There's a difference between subjective. Subjective means with influence, right? You're either influenced by your opinion or your thoughts or your feelings. Oh, there you go. Thank you, USMC. 777 in numerology is a sign of divine intervention or a period of luck or positive change. That's what I was looking for. I knew there was some kind of meeting or something. Okay, so it has to do with spirituality and stuff like that, I guess. But there you go. Very good. Yeah, ICT invented 777. Yeah. Thank you for a good time. That was what I was hoping for today, is to also enjoy what we're doing, have a couple laughs along the way. Thank you. So this is actually the end of my segment. What a phenomenal Monday it has been. Thank you to everyone that was here. The time kind of crept up on me. We had a great conversation. I just want to say I really appreciate every single one of you that participated today. It's really a pleasure getting to go over these questions, go over this information. Every single time we get to go through these questions, it's building muscle memory for us. So let's continue to keep working and learning every single chance we can get. All right. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on the stage. Stick around for his segment. He's got a lot of value to share with you all. Thank you again, and I hope you all have a great day. I will see you again tomorrow for my segment. Have a nice day, everyone.
Let's go, everybody. Hey, welcome, Ash. Chat, please put the W's for Ash. It was just awesome. Thank you for the segment. I was listening in, and this was great. Welcome, everyone. How was the weekend? Is it Monday? Yeah. How was the weekend? How's the day so far? Everybody energized? Again, hold on a second. Ash was having an awesome segment here. I always enjoy listening. All the value and everything. Oh, man. here we are. I'm going to tell you a secret, chat. I haven't restarted my computer, so, we'll see. If I'm going to freeze out again, Magnus is just going to jump in and take away the show. That's what we're going to do. Ash, thanks again. This was an awesome session. And so, let me just say it again. Welcome. Special hello to the hosts, the mods, and of course, you too, chat. What's happening? You guys seen the movie Office Space? It's a 90s movie. There was the guy Lumberg who was saying like, what's happening? Hello, Peter. What's happening? So I'm just saying this, chat. What's happening, chat? Are you guys ready with the TPS reports already? TPS reports. Anyway, sorry, just got to tune the show a little bit. Okay, welcome. Hello there. So, what a day again. Interesting levels. All right. Interesting levels, must say. Are we making history? Not yet, but we will. Tomorrow is even going to be better. I think we have news throughout the week, right? We have some news, hopefully. Do we have CPI this time? Come on, I have to check this. What's up tomorrow? No, ISM services. Okay, just a quick look. FOMC, maybe not. Not too. Unemployment claims later. Okay, maybe not too much, but it's going to be fine. I like Formula One. I know there was the Hungaroring this weekend. I haven't watched it, to be honest. Back in my days, I was watching the good old Michael Schumacher, But anyway, let's go over some levels. What happened throughout the day? In the London session, and by the way, because we were streaming, and here's my YouTube handle. So in the London session, we had a bit of let's just say not too much action. I think the setups were better on gold, and the only level I've seen throughout the London session and later is a 15-minute demand zone here and the 5-minute demand zone lower, which I was trying to anticipate as possible targets. I didn't go for a setup because I didn't have any to go short, and so we just went higher. As we can all see this. We broke into this 1 hour fair value gap at 172 and then higher. Now, I want to show you an important level. I think it could be interesting, and I'm going to tell you right now what I think is happening with ES and NQ. I know everybody's shouting SMT, SMT. I know. We're going to have some merchandise that's going to say SMT. But on the 15-minute, no, that's going to be a 5-minute level. Anyway, on the 5-minute, there is a bearish order block at 277. Yeah, it's on the micro, 277. Why? Because we took liquidity here, shifted structure to the downside here. So that makes it a valid market structure shift. So why do I talk about this 277 area? Okay, let's go back here. And before we jump into today's topic, so 277, we are exactly like 60-ish points away from that level. Actually, I tried to scalp it in my stream earlier. So I tried to go long. I got taken out, so I haven't really forced myself into anything else. I'm still thinking that 277 is valid. Why do I think that? If we go to the ES, let me go to the ES here. I also have an alert here. Just go to the 15-minute chart on ES and let's look to the left. Price is currently at 63.38. But I was talking about this, a beautiful textbook bearish order block, aka supply zone here. So bullish candle here. Yeah, I'm just checking this level. Yeah, so bullish candle here. The opening of this 15-minute candle at 2:45 Friday AM, so Eastern Standard 2:45. This is the lowest candle in terms of the bodies of the candle. This doji here doesn't really matter, and I'm just watching this. So 6350.25, pushing into liquidity, then shifting structure to the downside. What did I just do? I don't know. Shifting structure to the downside. And if we go back to see what's currently happening is, I think NQ, come on, man. ES is just trying to push it up to 6350. NQ currently, in my understanding, is riding shotgun. That's what I think. So ES drives and NQ is shotgun. Using that analogy, I think that the low-hanging fruit for a possible long position would be that 277, but you got to keep a close eye on ES, all right? Keep a close eye here because we're like 50 points away from that 277. If we go subatomic here and see what's happening on the 1 minute chart, there was already possible entries to go long, and I am absolutely bullish on this one. So I'm definitely not looking to take a short position. I'm not even going to take a long position. I made a few $100s today. I'm okay. I'm not going to give back. Maybe on an evaluation account. Maybe. We'll see. But so there was one entry here. I would say if we can shift this 228-ish area bullish, then that's the plan. And I have no other plan. No plan B or C or whatever. No. Come on, man. I'm frozen. I don't understand this. I really don't understand what's happening. I'm a ghost again. I don't understand this, man. Why am I frozen? This is bad. This is really bad. Oh my God.
All right, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing, testing. Can you guys hear me? You can? I think you can. Oh yeah, you can hear me. All right, all right. So it looks like our Tom has a little bit of a technical difficulty today. Again, the ghost issue, the glitch, it struck again. But he will be back very soon, so don't you worry about it. Magnus, are you Norwegian? No, I'm Finnish, half Swedish, really. No luck, I see you. Be louder. I don't know what that means. I'm not gonna start screaming, guys. Show face. I will, but I will do it in the first segment at some point. I'll book myself in, to the first segment, I believe. And then we go from there, I believe. Tom is going to be back very soon, so it sounds like we are hearing you from a second microphone. What does that mean? Well, I'm not sure what that means. I'm sorry if you can't hear me, but he's going to be back very soon, so we cannot hear you well. Hold on. All right, my friends, Tom is back. We're going to see if it's going to work this time.
Hey, everybody. I'm sorry for this. I don't know. I have a good computer. Everything is working fine on my end. I don't know what could have caused the problem, but here I am. So let's just pretend this never happened and move on, right? That's the only thing we can do right now. Man, I don't know. Sometimes these things are just keeps happening and there's no way around it. But here we are. So as I said, we're not going to lose traction, all right? Don't worry. I'm not going to be a ghost. It's not going to stay like this. We are back. I'm sorry. I'm going to seriously look everything through my PC for next time. This is something to do with the software updates, some video card issues, something like that. Don't worry. We're jumping through this one because it's important to understand what do we have here. The 277 order block. I'm sorry. We're moving on. Don't worry. So in terms of these levels, I think we have a good chance to revisit that level, especially if you look at the 277 area. All right. I think it could be a very, very, very important area. Obviously, if you look at the 15-minute level, we could be sweeping more liquidity on this bullish push. I mean, this was the market open very strong, but I still believe that we could be heading higher on this move. All right. Yeah. So anyway, if there's a good setup coming in our way, I mean, there was one here. Obviously, risk to reward ratio wise, I would say that, oh, definitely, we should do something special. Definitely, free stuff always for the users. So risk to reward ratio, look at this. We're still good for a 1 to 2 risk to reward here. Still okay. And actually, if you're risking like $100, you're still good to go with like 1 or 2 micros here. Definitely a fine level. Again, I'm just going to say that I think the drawn liquidity is up there. We do have a 3-minute supply zone and, of course, previous day high. So that's what I think is going to happen. We'll see. Of course, everybody wants a dose of free stuff. That's what everybody wants, right? And by the way, today I wanted to talk about trading as, in terms of business, like why you need to trade. To treat your trading business, including maybe your personal account, but prop firm accounts as well, as a business. I know we talked about it last week, but I think there is so much more to it, right? So I think we need to escalate that topic a little bit further. All right. Yeah, of course. We'll do that. Okay, so any questions before we dive into that? Release promotion. I have no saying into that. So all I can tell you is always stick around. MyFundedFutures does have a lot of free stuff for everybody. Okay. So exactly. It's the best. It's always the best to win at MyFundedFutures. So in terms of business, obviously we're going to go through some simple facts, what we all know. and then to some details. Let me just get this off here. And I'm going to go back to the 5-minute chart just to see where it will go. Okay. So if you ran your trading like a real business with planning, with structure and accountability, how different would your results look like? Interesting, right? Because it's a completely different scenario. Everything is changing. Trust me on that. If you're starting to treat your trading as a business, the results are changing too. And it's always in the small details, always. So that's why we need to dive into that. And obviously, I'm going to keep an eye on this price level here. If we see a break above 228, maybe we'll jump in. Who knows? Okay. So what is the thing here? So would you invest in yourself as a trader? Like, try to observe yourself from the outside. Like, would you invest in yourself as a trader? Like, think like an investor. Would you found, I mean, if you would found a trader with like no risk plan or no journaling and inconsistent hours, would you trust that trader, right? If you were an investor. A business owner actually shows up even when they don't feel like it. That's the thing of the trading business here. Like, you show up every day, even obviously when the market is not moving when there is no setup, when the context is not lining up with your entry model, then obviously that's also part of the business, right? Now, showing up every day as a business owner perfectly is the same thing and applies on your trading desk. You sit down, or if you have a standing desk, you go to your screen and you watch the charts. That is definitely showing up every day as a business. Now, obviously, we all used to say like, oh, trading is gambling. Trading is like, we all heard that, like people saying, oh, it's trading is just gambling. It's very dangerous, blah, blah, blah. But obviously, we all know that by now. Especially once you receive those payouts on a constant basis, that you know that there is a set of rules that you can follow. Once you acknowledge the fact that those set of rules are doable and those have an edge, then it's going to provide you an income that you already can shift your mindset to treat it as a business. Like, businesses take calculated risk, not random shots. That's one thing, for instance, right? And I'm going to talk about the valuation accounts, resets, and all that such. Track your expenses. We all talked about this. Track your revenue, like your gains. Your edge, which is the reward on your investment, is just as important. Okay? Because these are the small things that's going to define you if you have a successful business or not. The market is basically your client, is what I want to say. How are you showing up every day to serve your client? Sounds weird, I know, but we're going to go into this. So, business, okay? This kind of mental aspect, psychological aspect, mental game, as I always used to call this, is the thing that's actually shifting your mindset, because we need that mindset shift every single day, because we all have bad days once in a while. Maybe once in a week, once in a month, maybe more than just one day a week, but it always comes around. And that's why we need to do repetition here at MyFunded TV and remind ourselves and everybody that it's a business. It's not gambling. You have your set of rules. You have your mindset ready. You have your, maybe even if you're just paying your tuition right now, maybe you're not at your first payouts and you're just paying for the evaluation or the resets. I understand that there's a journey. There is absolutely a time frame for that and an equity curve for that. Like, how much are you investing into that business. Obviously, there's so many things to talk about, prop firm trading, and for example, paying money for school. But I mean, I don't want to say that obviously go to school. We all went to school, and obviously college is a good thing. But how much are you spending on college education or other kind of education that's giving you some degree of I mean, you basically get a paper that says now you can do this and that, but obviously you spend a lot of money on education on all sorts of businesses, right?
All the numbers spin the wheel. What's the truth? What's the deal?
Hear this. Trade school.
MyFunded TV giveaway.
It's happening.
Promises shining like a
It's here. It's here.
win or lose.
Let's go.
It's all a play. MyFunded TV giveaway.
We love the MyFunded TV giveaways. Oh my gosh. Congratulations for those of you who got it. This was awesome. This music is just too cool. This is just too awesome, too cool. Congratulations. Magnus is the man. He's the one. He's making it possible. I mean, everybody making it possible at MyFunded TV and MyFundedFutures. So this was awesome. Congrats. Let's see some W's in the chat. Cool. So where was I? Oh, yeah. So because this is a business, you got to keep on track how much you're spending on your business. As I said, we spend so much money on education on all levels, right? And obviously, I've seen and I heard stories. Some people spending like just a very small amount on evaluation accounts. Some people are spending lots of money. Everybody has a different learning curve, all right? And equity curve in payouts, of course. Now the goal is to let that curve go lower and lower as you gain more knowledge in trading. But you obviously have to write down your expenses. Basically, an evaluation account is an expense. It's already a loss technically until you're not getting that payout. Or the reset. The reset is also like considered to be a loss or expense. I would think that it's better to think of it as an expense, a business expense. Once you think about it as an expense, it's going to be easier. Or you can say tuition. Until you're not getting your first payout, it's much easier to focus on it as a tuition. If you're already getting payouts, definitely it's a business expense. Okay. So businesses succeed through repeatable systems, not just by, one-off lucky wins or whatever. Yeah, we heard businesses to make profits like on one transaction or on one huge deal, and then they just go off the market. Yeah, that's true. But that's not what we're looking for, right? We are looking for constant income. Exactly. Those are business expenses as well. So combines, or as you call it, evaluation accounts here, these are expenses. And you got to do the numbers. You got to do not just, as I said, if you don't have an income yet, you still have to write down how much money you've spent. And of course, you can still try to, and you must anticipate those numbers on your income side. Like that's when journaling also comes into place again. And that's where you need to write down every single week and every single end of the month, like how much I've spent so far on evaluation accounts or resets. All right. Thank God there is no activation fee at MyFundedFutures. That's what we love. All right. Even when you're, spending money on a new computer, which maybe I have to, but even when you're spending money on computer, that's also a business expense. everything that is trading related. Look at this, 277. Man, it's going, and there's no pullback. I'm sorry, I was a little bit off with the topic here, but I'm just watching this chart and I was thinking, should I jump into a buy position? But there was no pullback here. There was no pullback. There are some fair value gaps that I'm watching on the 1 minute chart, but look at this, just bullish candles. The first available fair value gap here would be this one. So risk management wise, I don't know. If it goes back down here and you're targeting, like, let's just target the 75. Man, it's not going down there. Look at that. No pullback. I'm telling you, it's going to go. It's just going. So, anyways, let's just get back to the business stuff. Focus on refining your entries, obviously, exits, journaling, reviewing your trading every day, every week. We all know how that goes. I would say if you treat, my God, the FOMO is kicking in. But I must say, if you are actually treating your trading as a business, it's going to help you to detach emotionally from trading. It might sound a little bit weird to say it like that, but as I said, if you predetermine your expense, now what counts as an expense? An expense also is a daily loss limit. Really? It's also no way, man. Am I frozen again? Oh, dang it. I just don't understand why it keeps happening. This is bad. This is bad. I don't know why it keeps happening. I mean, you guys see the chart. I don't know why it keeps happening, man. I'm gonna try to look into. Yeah, I know I'm frozen. I am frozen. At least you guys can still hear my voice. Yeah, at least you guys can still hear my voice, but I just don't know what to do. But anyway, we're heading for that 275 area, and it might be a good level. I mean, there's no way I can scalp this trade, so I'm just going to leave it as it is. Yeah, I know. I'm frozen, but it is what it is. Not sure what I can do with this. I mean, I know what I can do. I can restart, but I'm not going to restart currently. I'm going to wait a little bit. At least you guys can hear me. So, just a second. I'm trying to set up something. Yeah, it's still happening. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's just keep going with this until I don't have information from the back end here to see what can we do. Yeah, Mom, get the camera. So currently, the only thing I can do is just watch this screen and the chart to go higher. There was one fair value gap here in this area. Yeah. I've tried to blink twice, but I'm just watching the chart. That's why it's frozen. Yeah, it seems like manipulation could be, but I think the 277 could be an area to go to. So that's why I think it's a great area up there. We'll see, obviously. I tried to check something here on my NVIDIA settings, and maybe I can do something with it. We'll see. Not sure, though. Yeah, it's just It's not good that I'm just stick around, you know. That's all I can tell you. Let's just stick around. I can reload that, but I don't think it's gonna help. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna hand it over to Magnus, and I'm just gonna restart again. I think I know what to do. I'm gonna restart. Just give me a minute. I'll be right back. All right. Cheers. I'll be right.
All right, chat. All right. Let's see. I was told you can hear me from afar or something. I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna configure these microphone settings, but let's see. All right, hold on. Wait, you can't see. I need to. Wait. There we go. All right, now you can see the chart at least. Pop quiz, Magnus says Keith. What's a pop quiz? You know, I do have a code ready for you guys. I do. But I don't know if this is something we should celebrate, you know? We have technical turn on camera. I will. Look. One day you will see me, probably very soon. It's just I don't want to book any guest slot because we have guests every now and then, and I don't want to take up a slot. So it's probably going to be unannounced when I jump on. Am I underwater? No, you should be hearing me all right. Maybe it's your volume. I'm like, well, maybe it's my microphone. Maybe it's my microphone after all. Pigeon, I see you. Keith, Son, Abhishek, CJ. Who else? John Lupin. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Nicholas Anubis. We have Jan, the big man, you know, Jan in the chat. This guy. Like, he's massive. Like, I think he's from the Netherlands. He's like, how tall are you, Jan? He's like, I don't know, he has trained for like 10 years over. He has competed and stuff. Kim Mendes, thank you for always being here in the chat. And yes, we will look at those XP rewards later. It's gonna be in the math segment. We're gonna see how we're gonna distribute the rewards, but I'll see what I can do. But it will happen. Where are you from, Magnus? Right now I am in Finland, but I also live in Sweden. Yeah, Jan says he's not 190 centimeters, guys. He's big. That is, for the US folks, I'm not sure how much that is, but it's several inches above 6 feet at least. Guys, I did not trade today. I did not trade. I'm a very patient trader, so I did not trade today. I hope you did well. We have Tom here again. I'm just waiting for him to share his screen, and then we're gonna switch right back. 6'5". Man, this guy is like a giant. All right, Tom is jumping back in. Thank you, chat. We are gonna get something little for you ready again. Apologies for the issues. We're gonna look at it. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Guess what? I'm back again. I apologize for the technical issues too, but we're just going to move forward. So we don't have time for any other issues now. I mean, I hope nothing's going to happen, but I think I have a fix on the problem, and I'm going to do everything I can to fix this issue. Sorry. I deeply apologize, but I think I'll know what to do for next time to avoid this kind of problem. I'm just going to change the camera, update the computer, or maybe a different computer. I don't know. I'm going to do everything in my plan. Not full porting, though. And by the way, speaking of this level here, we're still heading for the 277. And so I lost the traction a little bit about this business endeavor. All right, life. It's definitely life happens situation right now, but yeah, so what I can say is, anyway, I closed everything I can, not to disturb the OBS here. Anyway, we're gonna see. We're heading to that 277. And while I was talking about the business stuff, I just wanted to say, like, if you start the day, and that's what's the crucial point here, your daily loss limit is basically your business expense. If you really think about it, that's actually a business expense. How much can you afford to lose a day? So not just the money you spend on evaluation accounts. That's what I wanted to say just before I froze down again. Not just the amount of money you spend on evaluations or resets, but also your daily loss limits. Not just funded accounts, but also evaluation accounts. That also counts as a technically an expense. Like, if you treat it like that as a business, it's going to be easier, as I said, to detach yourself from those losses. For example, you're managing 2 funded accounts, and you say, like, okay, I can handle like $500 or $600 of loss on each of these accounts. So that's going to mean like $1,200 or $1,000 or $1,200 overall, which you can handle. That's fine. Once you hit that level, then that's your daily expenditure on that business. And also remind yourself, when you start out with the funded accounts, your maximum loss limit is $2,000. Now, it's easier to treat that limit as that's the maximum operational cost of the business that you're handling right now. Okay? It's definitely going to help you to manage it differently, okay? And to detach, again, from the emotions. All right? So I'm just constantly switching on my camera feed and the chat because I just want to see everything is fine. So once you journal down your expenses as well, and once you detach yourself from the emotions and seeing how much can you lose per day or per week, then it's also going to, for example, if you say that, okay, on a certain week, you cannot spend more than 3 resets or 2 or 3 evaluation accounts, especially if you're in the beginning of the journey, write it down. Like, write down even before you start to do your monthly trading. Like, as I said last week, if you have a business plan, like for 12 months, right? We were talking about this. Have the business plan for 12 months. I know it sounds crazy. The business plan can include anticipated payouts. That's fine because it's going to help you, the law of attraction. We all know that, the big secret and all that such. Manifesting and anticipating things are actually working. That's why I said if you write it down on a piece of paper or on your notebook, it is actually working. That's why if you write down your business plan and anticipate it by the end of the year or for the next 12 months, obviously we don't have too much left from the year, but we still have time. But you can still have it for the next 12 months. How much do you want to take out from your business in the next 12 months? You can actually scale it down to like quarterly goals, monthly, quarterly, or 6 month, whatever it is that you like. Obviously, it's also important, like if you write down, like, I want to make $2 million by the end of the year, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, it's possible mathematically, I guess, in some way, but it's going to be very difficult. So what I meant to say is that please have realistic expectations, okay? Once you have realistic expectations, that's where everything starts to work. I mean, nothing wrong with anticipating to make 100K per month, but that's why if you just take a piece of paper and write it down, like, okay, 3 months from now, for example, and I wanted to ask you this, chat, from everybody, like, please write it down. What is a realistic expectation, money-wise, profit-wise, to to get from funded accounts on a monthly basis. Let's just assume MyFundedFutures letting you to trade 5 funded accounts at a time. Okay. I'm not saying you need 5 funded accounts. Okay. I'm not saying that it's a must to have. So I'm just saying, how much is that money that you can realistically achieve? What do you think? How much money can you realistically achieve and anticipate by managing like 3 to 5 funded accounts? I'm curious, by the way. 10K. Ritash is saying 10K. Hugo, 10K. 10K a month. Okay. That's what I was curious about, like money-wise. 10K. Edward is saying 10K. Okay. Goal setting is definitely a secret. I like that. 15K, 10K. Okay. So the 10K is kind of like a magic number, right? Giorgio's saying 5K. Simon, 100K. Okay. Babesh, 7,500. 1K, Abhishek is saying. 1K, I think you can make more. Abhishek, come on, man. You can make more. 100K. 5K. Okay. So it's a little bit about the law of attraction. I know. But thank you for the answers. Thank you really much. 450. I just want to say, realistically speaking, and even if you go with the core accounts, like you're just starting out, it's absolutely okay to anticipate at least 5K. I know maybe it sounds too much. Some countries, 5K is life-changing. I know, in my country as well. In trading, and I said 3 to 5 funded accounts, anticipating, I'm just saying the word anticipating, okay, 5K per month, okay. Now, the law of attraction, of course, let's just dive into it a little bit. If you're anticipating 5K, would you be crying to make 2,500 in 3 months, like per month? Okay, so and after 3 months of grinding on your funded account, unfortunately, that 5K a month did not happen, but you made $2,500. We wouldn't cry, right? That's also good money. So there's nothing wrong by saying a little bit more, but like there has to be a balance, realistic balance there. If you go for 10K a month, that's cool. Maybe the parts are not going to be shifting that fast, but maybe worst case scenario, you will make like 5K or 6K and go for more. So back to the business plan. Write it down how much you want to take out from your funded accounts. How many funded accounts you need for your business to run smoothly, like rotating the accounts. That's what I always do. I'm always rotating the accounts all the time. But that's a different topic. That's account management, multiple account management. We're going to talk about this. 450 per month is good, big candle, but there's no but. Actually, 450 is good. Making $1,000 and actually making that $800 from the core account is actually, I know it sounds crazy, but it's super easy. It's very easy to make $800 from a core account at MyFundedFutures. Come on. Oh, man. Anyway, sorry, I got carried away. And don't let this guy come up to you and ruin everything. All right? That's just not something that's allowed. So making $800 from a core account is actually super easy. Every single month. Every single month. That $800. Now, if you can scale that, oh my God, something's happening. Something's happening. 23 50K scale accounts. Did I just see that? I saw something, guys. I saw something. Magnus. I'm starting to get the feeling that maybe it was because to, try to put you in a good mood after having this technical issues, right? So now you guys want me to always have technical issues, I guess. That's what you want me now. But really. Magnus, thank you so much. In the name of the community, this was awesome. That was fast, right? Congratulations to the winners again. So let's just finish that business thought. $800 on a core account per month is absolutely doable. Very simple. Very, very simple. The problem is always greed. But anyway, business plan wise, how many accounts you want, how much you want to make after 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. You have to write it down. How much, but the important part also, how much money can you spend on evaluation accounts or resets? Maybe sometimes it happens. How much money can you spend on that? If you make, of course, income from those funded accounts, how much money are you willing to reinvest in your trading, in your business, basically? Because you have to. I took a payout of $1,200 from MyFundedFutures, and that account since then, unfortunately, being blown up. Why? Because I was having a struggle to build up more buffer, so I just left with a few $100, actually like $200 or $300, something like that. And anyway, I made the decision that it was a starter plus from a legacy account. So anyway, I took the $1,200. I made the decision that I'm going to use that to buy a core account, because on the funded account there is no consistency rule, and why not? It was obviously cheaper. I get to buy 2 core accounts anyway. Just an example. How much are you willing to reinvest in your business from those trading payouts? Last month, for example, I've made almost $10,000. Actually, I didn't make it to. I was actually too early on saying that I'm going to make 10K last month. Last month, I made 9K from funded accounts. But I've spent almost like $1,700 or $1,800 last month on evaluation accounts. Okay. So it did came with the price, but obviously how much was my net profit? That also counts. So that's what you need to write down. Okay. Look at this position. Am I frozen again? Not yet. Okay. I'm not. Don't worry. I'm not. I'm still here. So there's nothing wrong with this. We are in the prop firm business, all right? You as a trader are in the prop firm business. Maybe I'm not making currently like $50,000 a month or $100K. My goal is, by the way, to make $20,000 in one single month in payouts from in trading payouts, and I hope I will get it by the end of the year. We're going to have the best month. August is superb. September, October, November, everything is going to be awesome. I know some of you guys are making way, way, way more than that, and some of you guys are still looking to get the first payouts. But I am very, how should I put this? I am very happy with my own results, and that's what you need to keep ahead of you as well. How much have you spent on evals? How much payouts are you looking for? How is the funded accounts doing? So plan your business. Write down the business plan, expenses, income. And of course, if you haven't had your income yet and no payouts yet from the funded accounts, that's fine too. Until that point, it's going to be easier for the brain. Treat that, I said this earlier, but I lost my track because of this technical issues. Treat that as tuition, okay? That's going to be your tuition. How much money are we paying for school in our lives? Okay. How much money are you paying to get a driver's license? That's actually useful, by the way. So all these things come together. How much money are you willing to pay to become a successful trader? All right. if you believe that you can make that certain amount of money from trading payouts, if you're confident that you have the skill, the motivation, but mostly the passion to be successful in the prop firm trading business, then how much is that? Obviously, it depends on our financial situation. I know. But it also has to be written down. Just grab a piece of paper. Law of attraction always works. Basically, the business plan is basically law of attraction. You plan your journey, right? Let's just move this here. Only trading for exactly. So 1 year is basically nothing. I'm sorry to say that. If you're still just trading since 1 year, that's absolutely that's that. I'm sorry, in a positive way, that's cool, but you still have a lot to go. I still have a lot to go. Many of us have a lot. It's a never-ending journey, right? But just do the business plan. Manifesting, another one. What? Oh, that's not for me. Law of attraction is real. Look at this. Are we gonna get? It's 10 points to get to that level. It's not far. Of course it's real. By the way, if you guys have questions about this, let me know. I would love to answer some questions regarding business planning, risk management, all this stuff. And I apologize again for the technical issues that I had today. I think I know what to do to not let this happen next time. But let me know if you have questions. I know we still have a few minutes here until Matt is coming. But I have a good computer, by the way. This is a gaming computer. I do love it. Everything works flawlessly, by the way. And I just didn't quite understand why it happened here. Maybe I think it was a software or something, but I know what to do. Thank you. All right. We're fired up. Absolutely. Then that's what matters. We are here in this time of the day to get you people fired up. All right. So don't lick your wounds if you already made some losses on Monday morning. Who cares about that? We still have the whole week. Oh my God, look at that, 77. So I'm just saying, hey, everybody, it seems like the Rocket Scooter gang is approaching slowly, right? They're at the gates. What's your spec? Well, I mean, I have my GPU is outdated. I'm not a computer guy that much, but my GPU is a 2070 Ti. That's all I can tell you, with 32 gigabyte RAM, all the usual stuff, and everything works flawlessly. Like, I had no issue with this. But anyway, I'm going to fix it. Don't worry. Were there some questions? I love to answer some questions to fill out these last few moments, or sorry, not moments, minutes for the stream, because even though we got these technical issues, I think we just had a good talk. And I lost track in the middle, but that's what I wanted to say to you guys. Your daily loss, again, let's just summarize a few key points here, okay? Which car is next? BMW 8 Series. That's next. I'm sorry, 2-door, not the 4-door. I don't care about the 4-door, 2-door, okay? How do you find your bias? Well, the way I find my bias is I'm looking for my zones, basically. That's how I start the day. I just look at the 5, 15-minute, 30-minute, 1-hour chart, and all I do is basically draw the zones, supply, demand zones. That's it, basically. And once I see price moving in that direction, I just go for it if I have the entry. If you're asking me, do I have a daily bias? Not particularly. My bias is shifting throughout the day. That's what I can tell. Yeah. Let's just wait. I mean, let's see if it's gonna take the 77, right? So again, let's just summarize. I know I wasted some time with this technical stuff, but hey, everybody, the Rocket Scooter fam, I knew it. I knew. So, summarize it. Do the planning for the next 12 months. Consider your daily loss as business expense, especially on a funded account, all right? have a plan on a monthly basis how much you're willing to spend on evaluation accounts and or resets. Okay. Also, write it down. How much money are you willing to reinvest in your business, aka trading accounts, once you get a payout? If you receive like $2,000 of payout, how much are you willing to reinvest to your business? Okay. And move on like that. What are you going to buy from that? Core account, scale account, pro account. What's your plan? Okay. How much? I said that. How many accounts do you need for your business? I think 5 is more than enough, maximum. If you start out with 1 or 2, that's more than enough. How much money you need in your first 3 months of trading your funded accounts? Be realistic. It's nothing wrong if you're, saying more or bigger numbers, but be realistic. Okay. Like, don't say, I want to make 100K next month. Come on, man. Okay. So yeah, you can make 100K by the end of the year, next month, the next 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. Okay. Do it. DEW. All right. DEW. Or as Chris Griffin would say, do it. All right. Just do it. Do it. All right. Write it down. That's what you need to do. Whew. All right. 10. Yeah. So, trust me, I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. Okay. From the bottom of my heart. Write it down, guys. Write it down not to a Word Excel sheet or whatever, to a real physical piece of paper. Look at that. We're going for 77. Did we go for it, by the way? What's the high of this candle? 1 tick. We just missed it with 1 tick. Anyway, I'm going to take it as a win. Noted. All right. So you need to do that. Last minute for me. Let me check. Yeah, I'm still here. Okay. My last minute. If you have questions, let me know. I just want to say this again. I apologize for the technical stuff. There's a hammer here, not too far. I'm going to use it. Don't worry. I guess I'm going to run down the store, buy some more, some new GPU, CPU, whatever it needs to do. I still have a laptop. I bought it in 2012. I think that would work next time. And it's kind of cool. So I just want to thank the positive vibes. Again, apologies for the technical stuff. Please, I'm begging you, forgive me, okay? And I really wanted to be on fire on this topic much earlier, but I lost control. I lost traction. But at least we got some. Oh my gosh, I think Matt is here. Okay, I just want to say again, thank you so much. I see that Matt is here. Thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow. No technical issues, right? No technical issues. I'll be here. And, just stay safe and listen to Matt. Lots of valuable information. And we keep the vibes positive. Not the vibes too, but the vibes too. Okay. And the man is here. Hey, Matt, what's going on? You're still muted, by the way, but it's cool. What a day. So everybody, I know.
I don't know why it doesn't save my settings every time. It's default.
Yeah, so today my computer crashed twice on stream, and I don't understand why. My computer works flawlessly every time, and I don't know what happened. Anyway,
man, that sucks. Yeah. How's it going, man? How's life? How's trading? How's everything treating you today, this weekend?
Life was cool. Weekend was cool. I was at the beach again, and we were having some family time. And today I'm slightly up in the green. Well, actually, I made a couple of $100, and I was just watching the levels. And I was battling with the technical stuff, but the chat was awesome. So the chat is fired up for you, and everybody was great. And that's all I can say. How is your day so far?
Dude, I had the worst possible day ever. I took a pre-market short, and again, I'm managing so many things like the platform, the chat, the YouTube, everything. And I don't know what I still can't figure out what I did, but I thought I closed out and I closed everything out, but I think I accidentally doubled down and I didn't know that I was in a position. And as the market went straight to the top, I had doubled down on the position when I thought I was flat. And my DOM didn't show it, but I think because I was showing a different tab that had no position. And anyways, I went down like 10K in one account.
Ooh,
yeah, that was a pretty nasty thing. And then I got on stream. I literally like had like deer in the headlight just moment because I thought I had closed out. I was -2 when I went to close. I think I am so habitually closing position by selling 2. I think I shorted 2 more on accident. So.
And I exactly know that feeling, the deer in the headlight feeling. Chat. I think everybody felt that, right? And that's, I don't know. I mean, how can we, what can we do about that? I don't know. There's, that's just so hard that's a skill to overcome that situation.
Administrative errors. That's all I got to say. Sometimes it happens. And
it happens. It's inevitable. Anyways, chat, I just want to say again, thank you so much for all the positive vibes and everything. And I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully no issues. I'm going to smash my computer and I'm going to buy a new one maybe. I don't know. But all is good. And listen to Matt because he has lots of information and value. And thank you, Matt. Have an awesome segment.
Yeah, man.
See you tomorrow.
You fix your computer, brother. All right. We'll see you, dude.
Cheers.
Yeah. Now, I got plenty of space in this account. This like the main account has like 60K of fat in it. So that is a haircut. But again, I'm still trying to figure out what happened. I know this morning, start of the month, I do giveaways on my stream. So I'm organizing the new month. We have new releases coming out. So I'm talking to the dev team. It's just like, you guys might not notice, but I don't just trade on YouTube and post on Twitter, but I also run 2 companies and try to stream. And I'm trying to trade a bunch of different prop accounts at once and managing all that. Sometimes it's just hard managing like 50 things in like 5 different places. So again, what I think that had happened was that this morning, let me talk about what I was going to do. We got thrown in a bear market on Friday, and we talked about this. And then now the market is just dead cat bounce back into bull territory. Everything's bullish again. Whatever the case may be, let me delete this text really quick. The market has somehow recovered everything and broke key levels back to the bull side. When it comes to bear markets, you can't ever tell how long they're going to last. We can always be like one day off by knowing when it's over. And we literally got thrown in the bear market Thursday, and Friday we continued, and then now Monday we're back up. Was that just a 2-day market? I don't normally say like a bear market is going to be for years or for months. We take it a day at a time. And everything on my screen that I had indicator-wise on Friday indicated that unless things would change, we were in for kind of a really rough August, right? And so everything's getting slightly better now, which is good. I mean, you know me, I love bull markets and everything gets back to being normal. We should be fine. I'm still not chasing this long here because I still have evidence that the VIX is not below the key 1841 level. We were talking about this. We are testing it today, which is partially why I was eager to bet on the continuation of the bear side, which again, I hate shorting. I very rarely do it. But at the start of the day, I shorted off one of my key pivots, which was a very strong short I usually do take because right at this green line right here, I usually take a short if my ratio is less than half. And whenever all that information, actually, this is the S&P, let me pull NASDAQ. So what happened with NASDAQ was pre-market, I was betting that I would get the information come out being bearish. And when the data came out being bullish, I go, oh crap, it's bullish. And the market popped against me. And over the next couple of minutes, I went and looked at the S&P and said that S&P's resistance target is even much higher, which it did pull back a little before it did keep going. I decided I don't want to hold through all of this. Let me go ahead and close out. And on my stream, I'm just like close, trying to close everything. And then I got back to my day and I'm just chilling and waiting and chilling and waiting and chilling and waiting. And then my Trade-of-8s, right? Trade-of-8 platforms on the web version freeze all the time. I feel like every hour or two, I'm like refreshing them to like, unfreeze them. And somehow through all of that, I realized I was in an open position still. And I would never have shorted force. So I don't know how that would happen. But my suspicion is that I was looking at like a different tab in the DOM and I didn't know because I had switched to S&P because S&P was the next target. I didn't notice I was still in the NASDAQ. So that's it. Administrative error. But whatever it is, you know, got to kind of recover. What you do is forget about the trade like it didn't even happen and then start over and see what you got in front of you instead of trying to bag hold or make it worse or double down on a loss. A loss is a loss. It's just a reset and you got to keep going. I've had like a stellar year and things just happen. Sometimes you just have BS happen like that. But nothing I could have said when the market opened, everything turned bullish. Liquidity maps were great. Everything was good. We busted in the bull territory and we kept going on the S&P. Everything's been nice and clean. QQQ, we opened above monthly hedge pressure, which is good. QQQ broke their monthly hedge and created that little gamma squeeze there. There is nothing bearish at all. Now, what I find interesting and what I hope to happen today is I hope that we get a test of monthly hedge pressure because this is where the market is testing. Is it actually back to being bullish? That is the real question for the month. You don't normally break through monthly hedge pressure without at some point retesting it. Now, if we don't get it today, maybe tomorrow we'll get the retest. But today could just been like a full-on dead cat bounce, you know, prepping for earnings. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are pretty solid earnings for S&P stocks. There's not any big tech coming up, but I guess AMD is in there somewhere. But there's just earnings coming up this week. And, you know, some pretty mild news. We have PMIs tomorrow and stuff. I think the market's pre-positioning for some of that. But we just jumped right back into bull territory like nothing even happened. DD ratios greater than half or greater market. That's bullish. All indices are above MHP. That's bullish. And the monthly maps, everything went back to bullish temporarily for like the next 2 days. Things look fine. But in this particular mode, I'm not chasing the bull high here. I am waiting to see if we do tests down in here, and that's ideally what I want to see. I want to see this happen sooner rather than later. If the market's hovering here until afternoon, it's probably going to close higher. I would love to see the VIX test fail right now while we're sitting here on this stream. I'd like to see the market build itself up for a move inside of here like that, and then support for a bull run. That would be more customary when you get reversals to see any bear reversal that goes bullish. Doesn't just turn bullish and keep going. Normally it tests. Now, this is that key level of VIX, and if we're crushing below it, then the market's probably just going to stay bullish, keep going. So we'll see. But yeah, you guys would love that, right? Are you guys shorting these highs? Are you guys longing at these highs? What do you think? What is your call today for the market, friends? I'm curious what everyone else is doing. Very important for me to see what everyone else is doing, because I think most of people are split right now from what I've been listening to. Staying out right now, probably not a terrible idea. You're done for the day? Done for the day, staying flat, you're out. What is VIX? VIX is the volatility index. VIX is basically how volatile the market is. As an example, VIX is the amount of Ving that you see. You see how the market widened right here a little bit? Like the highs and lows got wider for a while. And then now it's starting to tighten up again. That's volatility, right? And so if you look at the VIX index, there's a key level that above it, you're going to see this additional volatility, which was today. We're above it, and now we're testing be below it. This is actually supporting for a possible continuation of a bull run today. VIX in the clean area, this is what we wanted to see. And I've been talking about this number all month. The fact that we were above it and now we're back below it is very weird to have like the world's quickest reversal I've ever seen. You don't normally see flip-flop like this. It's usually going to be more decisive and pick a direction. So VIX is starting to clean itself up to where you might actually continue this move higher today. You can see that below this key, above this key level, the market was more volatile. Below this key level, the market's a little bit cleaner. When I say cleaner and non-volatile, let me detail what I'm talking about by zooming in here. You'll see that the minute candles are much fatter, right? You see how when VIX is above this key level at the start of the day, the market is choppier. We're up and down on the NASDAQ, 265 down to 213, up and down 60 points every 5 to 10 minutes. That's a lot of movement, right? And then once VIX cleaned itself up for this tiny little area right here, the market kind of tightens up a little bit and it's not so volatile. We're right down at the key level here. We're not finding, 60, 70, 80 point candles in NASDAQ. We're now up and down 10 and 15 and 20 points. That's what VIX is. It's volatility. So volatility is how spaced apart the bulls and bears are from each other, if you want a layman's way of understanding it. And that's why right here, the market's sort of like not as crazy looking. I'll kind of draw it bigger so y'all can see it. But what a day, right? What a day to take a haircut on a, I thought I was closed out and I wasn't. I literally had like a deer in the headlights moment. I was like, I'm still in a position. What the heck? And how's it double what I thought it was going to be? Immediately closed that guy out. So here, right, you see how they have a widening range, give or take. Let me kind of draw it a little bit better. At least for here, the market's widening, and right about here, it's sort of tightening up. This is what happens when you have VIX below that level for the month. That's kind of the setup there. So the total haircut was about not really 10,000. It was more like, I think 9,200, something like that. Yeah, so I also use manual stop. So I like basically just close out when I'm at an area, and I'm very good at doing it. But now I'm managing so many different prop accounts at once, and then I got stuff going on. I overlook things sometimes, and it does happen. What's the lowest and highest I've ever seen the VIX? The highest I've ever seen the VIX was at the base of COVID. I think it's the highest the VIX has ever been in my career. I think it was even higher than it was in the flash crash. Let me double check though. So VIX futures is a tradable version of the VIX. Let me look at the actual VIX index itself. Let's see what the highest we ever had on this was. I have this little, get rid of that. Bye-bye. The base of COVID, VIX was at 86. I don't know if it was ever, maybe the flash crash got worse than that. Let me double check. Nope, that's the highest it ever was. The flash crash was, it made its way all the way to 53. Yeah, so COVID would have been the highest I've ever seen the VIX. In 2008, when the banks started failing, this is when the VIX also spiked pretty high, and I don't think it made it that high either. I think we made it closer to, about maybe 90. Well, it's close to what COVID was. Let's look at a weekly chart, make it easier. So I think the 08 crisis was slightly bigger, but I wasn't trading until 2010. So in my career, I never saw it until COVID. So COVID's the worst it's ever been in my career. And then, of course, looks like the 88 crash, right? I would say 87. Remember that? This was the Black Friday or whatever. Is that Black Thursday, Black Tuesday, Black whatever they call it, whatever day that was. Was it Black Friday? Not Black Friday. Black Monday. Black Monday. It was Blunday. It was Blunday. Black Friday was already have all your sales. That definitely was a sale in the stock market though. Definitely not Black Friday though. God, I get so tongue-tied sometimes. Black Monday would have been a Monday. But yeah, COVID, it got pretty gross. COVID was pretty bad. But what you care about is how VIX futures are pricing in 1 month to the next. In reality, this is kind of what the key level is. This particular interface right here is the key level I'm looking for. So if we close below 1841, this market's just going to trickle higher in the close and stay nice and bullish and possibly clean. I wasn't hoping to see a bear market, but the fact is we sold and sold and sold Thursday, then we sold Friday. And on Thursday, we were like, rip, bull market's over. Then all of a sudden, within a day, the buyers step back in. So maybe that's it. Maybe this is what it was. And maybe that is the only sell-off we'll get. But we'll see. Nice little dead cat bounce recovery day. Maybe get some bulls in to see what happens going forward. We do have earnings, obviously, and this is going to be part of that. But in this transitional phase, it's kind of hard to see what we have going forward. For me, it's flipped back to bullish again. The last thing I'm going to do is going to chase into this into the close, even though it could continue to rally. I'm going to be very cautious watching this. How do I find my levels? This is from the Rocket Scooter platform. It's all algorithmic. It's based on options. So I'm not buying. No, I'll be buying my puts at the end of the day today. So remember on Friday, and I said as soon as I get a big fat green day, I'm going to buy puts. Today at market close, I'm actually double checking everything right now. At market close, I should be buying puts for the month. I'll be buying monthly puts at today's market close. Yep. You don't trust the bear run, which is short. Well, and it's not just buying puts to short the market. It's buying puts that if the market is reversing back to being long, I always have insurance underneath me. So I'm going to throw about 20K into monthly puts that expire at the end of August. So what I'm going to do is wake up tomorrow and keep longing the market. As long as we open bullish, it'll give me some leeway to have some insurance for my longs. So that's kind of what I do. And if the market dies, the 20K turns into 200K, which is great. If the market doesn't die, then I just put 20K into insurance, and hopefully I can make 20K long in the market, which from the amount I trade is like a day or two, right? So not that big of a deal just to put some put insurance on it once we had the scare we did have. But I don't ever just wake up at the bottom and buy puts. I always wait for the big sell-off and the very next big green day that we have. That's when I hit it. And I hit it like literally right at close. I don't even wait until, I don't look for dips. I don't wait for highs. If today's a big dead cat bounce and we close like strong and green at the top, right after the equities market closes, you have 15 minutes to still trade options. And usually right at close and right after, I'm starting to long my options. So monthly puts is a hedge, because if the market's bullish, I'm going to go back to normal, like longing the market. Remember, I've been longing the market since April. So every day I wake up, I long at the open, I wake up, take the bull side, wake up, take the bull side. If the market just flipped back to bullish, tomorrow I would continue to be waking up, taking the bull side, and waking up, taking the bull side. If the market somehow topples underneath me and I take another 10K loss day or whatever, being wrong, grabbing a dip, then puts will totally make up any loss, right? It's the first time we had a scare, a volatility scare, and a liquidity event scare. And it could just be that was a one-time thing. If that's a one-time thing, it's good for me to have insurance underneath it just in case the market isn't done selling yet, right? And so I think of it like that, right? The idea that, puts can, 10 to 20 to 1x on such a short time frame. I can get 10 to 20x if the market crashes. If the market doesn't crash, then I just spent 20K on insurance and I lose it all, which isn't a big deal. I'm totally fine, because in a month of trading, I'm certainly going to make, hopefully make more than 20K to go with. So I say as a hedge, right? If I'm long the market and the market crashes and crashes and crashes and I hit my stops and close out for the day and I'm just like, okay, the long didn't work out again, and then I'm out for the day, my puts are just growing in value and I don't have to take further loss on the long side. So I usually do this at the base. This is customary for me when the market crashes, like the Donald Trump crash and everything, right? The market bases out and the market's, this time I bought calls to bet on the bull side. But normally what I'll be doing is I'll also hold puts just in case the market continues to crash. The only reason I didn't get puts this time, because like 100% convinced the market was bullish, because he was extending the tariff deadline. It was the only thing that was the bear news at the time. So I had no further belief that the market would be bearish. So I just didn't waste money on insurance. This, I went complete naked to the long side. Normally at the base of a bear market and we finally get the sign that's bullish, I will also buy puts just in case there's continuation. But at that point, I thought the bear market was over. We've been selling for a couple months. This time could be the start of one. I definitely, my biggest debate now is if I want to get August or if I want to get September. That's where I'm really thinking. Do I want to go out a little bit further in time? And again, that's just in case it falls. It's not speculative. It's not sitting back. You guys, does everyone understand what I'm saying? It's not sitting back and betting on a bear market. It's I've got insurance in case the bear market happens worse than what it is. You get the difference right there? Right. And at the end of the day, the acceptance is I'm just buying an insurance policy on a bull market. And why today? Well, because today we got a big, nice green day and puts are going to be cheap at the end of today. So I think of it like that. I don't let the first two red days be like, hey, time to go in and buy puts. That's where the dummies short the market. I only short on pops, and I'm not trying to short. I'm trying to make sure that if I jump back in tomorrow and keep longing, that the day that it tanks, I make everything. I make anything I lost on any long day with 1 day of selling. You have to earn more than your insurance. Right. And I'm trading 10 to 20K up or down a day for the most part in these accounts. So it's like spending 1 day of profits on a potential 20x insurance policy to continue to long the market, right? Why do I wait till the end of the day to buy puts? Why not near the highs? Because of theta, right? So every single moment in time, puts aren't, pretend I want to get puts here, right? And as the market's trickling higher and trickling higher and trickling higher, even if it's sitting flat, premiums are decaying in value. So pretend the market's going nowhere. It's not just, remember, options aren't just trading, and this is a future stream, but options aren't just trading direction. Options actually trade three things at once. If you guys have never learned anything about options, I'll give you a quickie little tutorial. Options are betting, when you take an options bet, you're betting on where it goes, which is exactly what you do, long or short, where. Okay, let's just pick a level. Let's just pretend that my level is here. That's the where. That's point number one. But also when, like how long it takes to get there. Each one of these things, where price is and when you are in time, all add value to the option too. And point number three is how. If you guys want to learn Matt's 101 for options, your options are betting three things: where, when, oops, that's the wrong punctuation. Where, when, and how. If the market like goes here like this versus goes there like this, they will have different values at the same place because of the how. Volatility prices into these options as well. So if the market just literally slowly moseys to a level versus the market goes up and dives to a level, that also will change the value. Where the where component is the same, the when component is different because this happened faster than this, and the how because the volatility was different. So when you do options, all of the parts matter, and you really have to treat them all equally. And for the most part, especially for longer term options, the when is the most important part. So even at the end of the day, bull markets don't normally start with top wicks. So I usually bet that a bull market's going to close higher. And right at the end of the day, it doesn't matter of me getting exactly the right pivot. The actual loss due to time of being out of the money is called theta. If my options are here, the last hour worth of theta gain is just premium decay. The options are getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper by the second. Even if price goes nowhere on the underlying, the option gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Every moment it's not in the money, right, gets a little bit extra discount on the option. So the trick I learned is that when I'm trying to ensure we had a sell-off day one day and a sell-off day another day, and all of a sudden the market's a dead cat bounce here, I'm not trying to pick the high of the session. I'm going to close at the end of the day, even if the market pivots off of this like that. Here, it's not going to be that much more expensive than there because it's also losing money due to theta. And right at the end of the day, it's usually the best part to get it. For the most part, in bull markets, it usually closes higher anyway. So the probability is best for me just to wait until the very end of the day and grab it. All right. Wait, are we almost at 20K subs? 20K subs! How exciting that is. Are we there yet? No, wait, not yet. Not yet. 19K, 19K. You guys had me super excited. 19K subs. Almost there. Almost there. If you guys haven't subbed to the channel, make sure you sub to the channel. By far, the best channel there is. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense when it comes to asking about the options, right? Options are insurance that you bet on how, where, and when. Here's an example, right? Let me show you on my monthly maps all the different pieces of how, where, and when. Currently, market's volatile, and currently we are trading up in what was formerly a bear market, but we still have bearish pressure all through here, as you guys see, which is why I don't believe in this dead cat bounce day. Until we get back to bull zone, we should be fine. So I know that the market has a little bit of room to move, and if we get right to those levels, boom, I'm ready to jump in. When? Well, I'm going to be looking for at least somewhere, maybe I'm thinking I might even do September instead of August, maybe a little bit more long term. And where? Well, that's kind of a secret how I do where, but here's an example, right? This is where the gap up was. So chances are we're not filling that gap. This is one hell of a bull market. This might be a bearish month in a bull market. So I don't ever bet on gap fills. And so I know that my target will be somewhere above there. Realistically speaking, I might even be a little more conservative and make it somewhere in here. And I'll be looking closer towards the end of the month. As you see inside of here, we have strong resistance. And if we break out into bull territory, I just close everything out. Maybe I didn't even pay the full price, right? Because you only pay premium for the amount of time you're holding the option. I might spend 20K and then close out at a 2K loss and be fine. But as long as I'm longing the market, I'm going to feel comfortable having some insurance under my belt, just with this kind of day that we had in this volatility. With that being said, the win is going to be probably, if not this monthly expiration, the following monthly expiration. That's the win. The where, that's secret. I don't tell people where so that people won't copy my trade. And the how is volatile, is meaning that I'm going to bet on the idea that the market is if it does it, it'll do it fast. Whatever it will do. I'm not betting on it moseying down slowly. As soon as earnings are over, if this is so for insurance purposes, I'm not speculatively betting on a bear market. I'm betting on the market just tanking for 2 or 3 days, and I'm going to take profit on that hedge. And then while the market still maintains bullish conditions, I'm going to still wake up and long every green candle. Remember, I told you guys in a bear market, 50% of your candles are green anyways, right? So hopefully this makes sense, right? Do I use gamma exposure? Right. All of Rocket Scooter is gamma exposure tools. That's exactly what it is. It's the most advanced gamma exposure tool set there is. It's really, really, really good because it isolates market maker activity in the mix of all gamma exposure stuff. So remember, bear market is just not Matt wakes up in shorts every day. There's nothing at all. Bear market just means 50% of the candles are going to be green rather than 70. Remember, I taught you guys that the other day. So I'm still going to wake up buying dips, buying dips, buying dips, same thing, shorting highs, buying dips, playing both sides. But I got a nice little cushion underneath me that in case the market collapses, I get a huge payout. I do this all the time. I take my trading profits and load up in insurance. And if I'm wrong, I lose 20K. If I'm right, then I make 200K. But then at any point in time, since I'm maintaining the statistical long on the market, I should be making money. If I lose on those puts, I'd be happy at losing those puts because I could be making 10K a day trading in futures. So I kind of actually want the puts to lose, and I want the market to be back to being bullish. Easy, right? So that's what I do. How do I manage my hedge position? When do I close one side versus the other? So typically I engage in the hedge with the full understanding that it's probably it's an all or nothing trade. Very rarely when I choose to hedge the market, do I close out. And I have some key indicators that are going to tell me where I should close out, and the monthly maps are one of them. If we break into bull territory on the month scale, I can easily choose to close out that option and get some of my premium back to try to get another day. So that's one of the indicators I do is when the market flips back to being bullish, then I can decide, okay, let me just close out or whatever. But normally, and I'm going to tell you, normally once I'm convinced I need to hedge, I'm willing to hold on to the whole thing, make or break, until the end. So I usually just commit the entire amount of money and be willing to just lose the whole thing. So again, a hedge is not to be, it's different than a day trade or a swing trade. In a swing trade, you have a stop loss, right? A hedge is like insurance. I don't say, okay, I'm going to buy insurance on my car because it's raining this week and let me cancel the insurance that. And then, oh, there's a tornado. Let me get insurance. Okay, not right. Insurance is like, okay, this month is starting to get shaky. Let me hold through it and just buy the insurance just in case. I don't try to speculatively trade to the short side either, because at that point you're what's it called? You're straddling the market, or strangle, one of the two. I think it's a strangle where you're betting both sides. I'm not trying to speculatively bet. So a strangle is betting on two big moves without predicting direction. So maybe I'm thinking straddle. I always get the two of those confused. Yeah, so straddle is what I meant to say. Straddle is where you're speculatively trading both sides of the market, right? And I'm not trying to speculatively trade to the short side. I'm trying to still be long the market. And I just got some insurance under me. So for the most part, when I do that, I just hold on to the whole time. It's like money I can just plant down from the winnings I made last month just to make sure the market doesn't crash underneath me. And if it does, I get a big payout. And very rarely will I close a hedge, because if I start closing hedge or stopping out of hedge, then I'm no longer really using it as a hedge. I'm just trading both sides. I'm longing and shorting at the same time with the purpose of gaining speculative bets in both directions. And I'm not betting on speculative bets. I'm betting still to the long side, right? Yeah. You're trying to get straddled, LOL. Hedge weird. Yeah. So that's basically it. And I usually wait until the very peak of the day where the market's as green as it's going to get, then close out. VIX is sitting here pretty clean on the good side of 1841, which is good to close out today. I'm still waiting to see if I want to take anything else. I flattened out at the end of my show earlier. Now I'm just waiting to see if anything else better comes along. And we'll see. But I don't think we're going to get a big sell-off today anymore unless it happens around lunchtime or earlier. I don't think there's any volatility today. Stocks like NVIDIA have broken through key levels and are keep pushing higher. 177.5 was a hedge pressure break, weekly gamma exposure on NVIDIA, which has created a second wave up today. But other stocks are kind of like all over the place. Like Apple is selling off pretty bad. Amazon selling off pretty bad. Microsoft rallying like NVIDIA was, right? Meta rallying like NVIDIA was. Tesla sort of choppy and flat. Not everything's clean. People are picking and choosing stuff today. But I was very surprised to see the market have such a quick, sturdy reaction at the open today. I certainly was expecting us to see a little bit more resistance, but all the stocks opened bullish after Friday, and it is what it is, right? I never use order flow. Nah, I don't use order flow. So, yeah, so I just want to say something really quick. I really appreciate all the chatter you guys give in stream, all the chat, all the questions. I think that that's awesome. Those of you that participate in chat by asking questions. How I pronounce my last name, Cow Art, like literally Cow Art. Like if you go to Google and make it 2 words, that's kind of the joke, like Cow Art. In Texas, you see a lot of cow art on people's. So cow art is how you say it. It's French. That's a French derivative. And so like cow artwork, right? You see a lot of this in Texas. People have pictures of cows everywhere. So that's kind of what it is. Some people say co-art sometimes. I hear that, but it's very similar, like the old school, because my family, we're French, and the derivative it came from is like, you know, like shepherd, like sheep herder, like a guy that like herds sheep is shepherd. Well, cow herd is the original like name of it. And then I don't know, when we over the millennia, it goes from cow herd to cow herd, the cow art. Now it's what it is. But typically it's like, apparently my family are a bunch of cow herders, 1,000 years ago in old world France or whatever. So there you go. This is what I've heard people say. Do I speak French? I don't speak French, but my grandma did and my great grandma did. And they spoke like, we called it Bayou French, which is, people from kind of Louisiana area. It's a Creole kind of French sound, and we all spoke that. Well, my family did. And so, French is such a beautiful language when you hear people talk about it. Bayou French is more like when they talk, it's literally like it's a real kind of like that's kind of what they sounded like to me when I was a kid. My uncle like Waterboy. Yeah, I think kind of like Waterboy. Yeah, in a way. It's kind of just like that sort of you mumble a lot in a way. And so they spoke Creole French, which was like not really French, but French-ish in a way. Like Waterboy. Yeah, like the guys, like what's his face in Waterboy, the guy, yeah. Anyways, so they actually did speak that. My dad didn't though. My dad and I would just sit there and be like, what are they saying? They would talk to each other all the time. But yeah. Bum, 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 bum. And when I was in high school, I learned Spanish because it seemed more practical when they had an option to learn French. But yeah. All right. Slow moving market today. And VIX is cleaning up itself. So I don't know if we're going to get any big selling off today, unfortunately. Spanish in Texas makes more sense. Yeah, like I feel like in Texas, I'd run into like 0 people that spoke French. And I feel like in Texas, everybody, including non-native Spanish speakers, also speak Spanish just because the proximity to South America and Central America, it's like Spanish is everywhere. So it's more useful. You tend to use it more often. Even though I kind of was like, maybe I want to learn French because it sounded like to me, it sounded like a kind of like a more fun language to learn, I think. But I was like, yeah, I'll just learn Spanish. It's more practical. Thanks for everyone in chat. Yeah, thank you everyone in chat. You're all awesome. Oh, were there some winners in chat? Oh, yes. So I gave you hints all stream that I appreciate you guys asking questions in chat. Ask questions. Today we rewarded the top chatters in chat. People that ask great questions or being participating. We love that. So no code drop today, but we did reward the top chatters. So congrats for you guys. Bum, 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 bum. When does the market typically wake up in the afternoon session? Right at about 2 p.m. Eastern. 2 p.m. Eastern is 1 o'clock Central, and that's about the time that New York and Chicago, which are the 2 main like hubs for trading, that's when everybody's back from lunch. And then, of course, that's where your final ramp up into 0-day options also expiring. So usually right at about 2 o'clock on the dot, you start to see volume pick up. For all of those reasons, people are back from lunch and options start to get that last minute delta hedging or even acquiring of shares in case they get exercised on by the end of the day. So looks like the volatility going away. There is no selling, but I was so excited to see the market potentially pull back to some of my key support areas. But I don't think, guys, that I'm going to get them, unfortunately. I do not think we're going to get them. I was super excited to see a clean little pullback so that I can actually get in here and sort of, I don't want to say make back, sounds like a bad, desperate move, not make back, but I did make an administrative mistake today, and that does happen sometimes. And I do want another opportunity to continue to trade. I don't think of it as like I need to make back some money because that's revenge trading. I just pretend like it didn't happen, and the market, it's a fresh day, fresh trade, fresh whatever. I want to see this so bad so that I can make a decision and make a trade. Here, I don't have any option right here to do anything according to like my strat. So today I'm just kind of forced to no longer trade. I'm forced to sit here in my own mess. And I'm like, this sucks. How do you use options data to trade futures? Options data provides me with high volume pivots and futures. It's a whole new trick. We kind of like pioneered the whole field of being able to do that. It prints on the chart key levels where you can see off to the right, it's pretty clean and simple. Off to the right, you see how I have 2 levels that are orange and blue right here. And you can see that there is pressure off of, this is off of the open and this is off of the blue. And you can see this is off of the open and off of the blue is exactly what the algorithm is telling me the flow is likely to look like based on the option structure. And the market opened up and just pew, 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 just like that. So the options tell me both where pivots can be and the direction of the flow based on all the balancing act of market makers neutralizing their position. QQQ is bullish from this blue line, even from here. That's this level right there. QQQ has an open trade long and bullish from blue line long. And this time the blue line was above it. So there's a long pressure there and a long pressure from there, both of which we're seeing right now. And this is all derived from options. So that's how it works. Somebody says Matt's the best. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. What was the loss percentage? I don't know what you mean by loss percentage. The whole thing was a loss. Like essentially, I wasn't even day trading it. I wasn't trying to like fight it. I got in a trade and I meant to close out, and I added more to it on accident apparently. So at least I still think that's what I did. I'm still not sure. I was balancing. I had people telling me this morning that they needed help with some things with prop stuff. It was just like, it was a messy Monday, man. I got up like multitasking, and I didn't even like, sometimes I make a mistake every once in a while. So that's it. No daily loss limit on these accounts. Like these are way into the buffer. These are 50, 60K into the green. So I've got 50, 60K worth of static buffer on these guys. So I got plenty of room to hold. I can hold 20K loss. I can hold 30K loss. Totally fine. I wouldn't, but I did have a bearish bias this morning. Yeah, I did this morning, 100%. Well, and again, it was a risky trade because one of the things I do trade off of is I short off of these bands when the ratio was less than half, and the ratio was at 30 yesterday. So the top of this band, this green band right here, is typically short pressure as we see it. However, I took the trade pre-market on NASDAQ because NASDAQ was creeping up to its level pre-market, which was here. Once NASDAQ got to their pre-market, I loaded up a short to bet that the DD ratio would come in less than half. When the market opened, it was extremely bullish, and then it just popped and did this, and I decided to close out. I was shorting on the idea that we would wake up and continue to be bearish. It's a more like advanced trade, and shorting is you get a little more creative with some other options, but once I got the confirmation it was bullish, I just tried to quickly get out of the way. And then that's what I've been doing for the rest of the day, just waiting. I took another trade here to take the bet, and then I closed out on it before we got on the show. So I'm just sitting here flat waiting for something to happen. Yeah, we are so close to 20K, you guys. This is incredible. I love seeing this happen. If you guys don't mind clicking the thumbs up button also below the chat, below the screen there, off to the left of your chat. That also helps the algorithm introduce our stream to new DGens that have never seen us before. So really appreciate that. This is your last evaluation day. You need 50 points. Can I help you? Can I help you with what? I can't help you with your trading, unfortunately. You still think we reverse one more time? One more pop, maybe? Probably so, yeah. All right. Hold on one second. People in chat are giving you suggestions based on what they think about your trade. Somebody says, don't target 50 points. Every trade is different. Somebody said full port. LOL, you guys are so funny. Right. Every trade is different, right? Again, don't change what you're doing based on the target you need to get. Do what you need to do. Take your time. Be patient. Do I look at seasonal data? No, I don't think seasonal data is really effective to a day trader. Seasonality doesn't really, in general, I'm now again, debate, believe it or don't believe it. It's up to you. It's personal opinion. I don't believe in seasonality to begin with, except for a couple of things like agriculture. There's obvious seasonality. Retail sales, there's obvious seasonality. But as far as in the general sense of the market, I think that using seasonality to make longer term bets is more of a gamble than anything. I think that it's more, I don't think you can predict much on a lot of what seasonality is when people are doing it in the swing trading sense. Some people may argue me and say they have success with it, then that's okay, then they do. As far as I'm concerned, the market's unpredictable all the time. And just because it was, Christmas rally last year doesn't mean Christmas rally this year. That kind of stuff there's so many dynamic parts to what prices into the stock market. Season's just one of many parts. The market can completely ignore seasonality on many factors. And so, but with that debate aside, whether you believe in it or don't believe in it, To a day trader, seasonality should never affect what you're doing. You're going to wake up to the market that is and read the market that is. And whether it's a bear market or bull market, you don't care. You woke up, you read the market right there. Oh, it's bearish today. Okay, I'll be a bear today. You're not really anticipating it as to change the direction. You don't say like a bull market. Oh, normally in September, 60% of the time September sell off, so maybe I should stop being a bull. I don't ever think like that, right? I let the market become bearish and then I go, okay, let me be a bear now. I don't anticipate based on seasonality. Now, some people do, and some people find success with it on a longer term sense. Yeah. But in the day trading sense, you can almost, in my opinion, ignore it, that it doesn't really matter for a day trader. I don't know. What do you guys think about that answer? Does that make sense? It's like for longer term strategies, sure, hedge against some season. Okay, markets are bearish. 70% of the markets are bearish in this month of whatever because of this timing, right? Okay, well then buy some puts that month. Don't just like abandon and try to reverse the market because you feel that. I would use it to take caution and still stay the course, is how I would say. Like, I never go, okay, you know what, the market's been selling off, but it's Christmas and we might get the Christmas rally. I've never found success thinking like that. And maybe I'm just terrible at it, and that's probably the answer. But somebody said we look alike. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, I like seeing that. Wait, let me look at your avatar. Do we look alike? Probably because you're taking a picture of me and then putting it into your chat. That's awesome. Very cool. All right. You think you look like me? I don't know. If you wear glasses, we might look alike. Somebody said Chad is basically an ADHD child today and you love it. LOL. So anybody tell me I look like Tony Stark almost every single day. People run up to me in the restaurants and go, can I get an autograph, Iron Man? Oh, all the time. Duh. No, I actually hear Tony Stark a lot these days. When I was younger, I used to hear Jim Carrey, and when I was and it depends. And older folks, like people in my grandma's age, would tell me I look like Donny Osmond. He was a singer from like the 70s, I think, 60s or 70s. I don't know. I think I've heard Jimmy Kimmel sometimes. I think we all look alike. It's like brown hair, brown eyes, fair skin, and a beard. We all look the same. Not much difference there. Jim Carrey. When I was younger. Alrighty then. I used to do the faces like much better. And I could do like the walk where he would like do I could actually do the Jim Carrey. When I was a kid, I used to do, I was like Jim Carrey impression on the spot sort of thing. Not as much when I'm older though. But when I was a kid, everyone thought I looked like Jim when I shaved my face. Matt is Tony Stark. Tom is Tom Cruise. There we go. There we go. That's it. You love dump and dumper? Yeah, that'd be kind of nice if we got a little dump on this market today. Don't make that face at night with you, please. I'll try not to. All right, so slightly older Matt, right? Okay. Into this day, I don't really have any upper targets to look for. I think today, market got squeezed out a little dead cat bounce. I'm still not super convinced that the bull market is fully back, but I'm definitely not bearish anymore, at least today. The selling was very short-lived, and we're kind of back to being in a normal spot. Ideally, I'd love to see the market back on this little plane. See where I'm drawing right here? I'd like to see about there to be where a place where I do engage on a long again, if I choose to do so. I still feel with the selling pressure that we've had over the last couple segments, that the market is certainly starting to find some kind of, let me try to get up some key levels here. Market's trying to find some better equilibrium from these highs. And again, I'm still, at the end of the day, I'm going to be loading up on some puts. My original thought was that I was going to bet a little bigger than I was going to, but I think instead of putting in like, 50K or more, I'm just going to put in like a moderate 20K into that, which I think will be fine. I got this key level there. Oh, where's that at? 728. And that'll be fine. And I always wait until the very end of the day so I can get them as cheap as I can. Should be totally fine. I'm looking for something very specific right now. So I mark, this is a trick that I do. I teach people how to do this trick as well to mark some of my key levels here. And by the way, I wanted to thank you guys for showing up every day on MyFunded TV and helping this channel grow. I think that's absolutely incredible. You guys have been showing up, helping me grow. We're almost at 35,000 subs on my channel. My channel this month is 50% bigger than it was last month. Each month it's gone up 50 or 100%. It's incredible. Like, we're experiencing viral growth on my channel. It's incredible. So I have to just thank everybody, especially those of you who discover me through MyFunded TV. I really love y'all, and you guys are awesome. I'm going to try my best to deliver some, market commentary, some good alpha, some good thoughts and teachings. But you guys are growing this channel, and you guys are growing our channel. I love you guys, man. Y'all are the best. Yeah, we were about, we got maybe like 6,000 subs last month. It was crazy. We're getting about 300 or 400 a day, which is blowing my mind. It used to be like we get 300 or 400 a quarter. So yeah, thank you guys. Really appreciate you guys. It's incredible. And again, like I said, we hope to provide a tremendous amount of value to you guys. If you guys are going to watch, a lot of times these shows that I used to watch some of them too. And a lot of times the shows don't really have like a lot of educational content. And most times it's just commentary and, debatable whether you think the traders are good or bad. So it's kind of like that sometimes maybe. But at least learn something, make it worth your time watching. So really appreciate y'all. Yeah, throw some W's in chat. Oh, by the way, let me show you guys. You guys remember my project I was talking about? That construction project I was doing and I had people over. So let me show you the quick before and after, because this is, I just loaded up my Twitter, so I'm going to show you guys my my growth. But this is the project that we did. So this is my 10-foot wall and my TV, and I got a whole new speaker system and movie theater stuff started up. This is what it looked like before. It doesn't look that big because I'm really far away from the wall, but it's 10 feet. So, this is an 83-inch TV. And so you can see a bigger perspective, but this is the final product. Look what we made. Tell me if you guys like that. So this is what Thursday and Friday was all about when I kept having to leave with those construction team over here. That's what they built out the old wall. Does it look a lot better? I got lights around it and stuff, and they put that stuff on there. Pretty nice. Thank you. Thank you. So this is our new, IDOC and I are finally renovating our house a little bit. We got this house in December and we haven't really had any time to put much into it. But yeah, so this was thank you. I want to just thank you guys for this. So this was July. It's crazy to see 166 go to 250. That's 50% growth. So incredible. This is total views. So I really appreciate that. But yeah, thank you guys. It would look a lot better with skulls hanging. I had this debate with IDOC. She told me I couldn't have the skulls as much as I wanted them. And it completely fills out there. It's like a giant 10-foot tall empty wall that just looks so bad. We had a giant TV in the middle and nothing on all sides. It was completely depressing. And we would sit there and watch TV and we're like, man, we need to put something on this wall. And we Googled a bunch of stuff and finally did something with it. Blue chew right there. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, like I said, I wanted to appreciate you guys for pulling through and being here with us at this community, especially at MyFunded TV. Seeing these guys grow here and the amount of work all the hosts are putting in, and like Tom's putting in, I'm putting in. We're here every day. Like I told you guys, at least on this channel, I'll try to teach you a lesson at least once a day and make it worth your while. Today was about how I hedge with options, right? There's always something to talk about. And so we'll reward you guys with your loyalty, of course, with that. Ton of education. TV ain't got nothing on the skulls. I know. I definitely want to hang some skulls from the ceiling, but iDoc had a different vision. Was that a bowl full of blue chews? Oh yeah, dude. I have them on every nightstand and every table, every coffee table. Like, I need to put some cow art on those walls. I kind of do, right? Some psychedelic cow art where the cows are all tie-dyed and stuff. That'd be kind of cool. We went looking at artwork this weekend and we saw some pictures that we were going to get probably. So somebody said, yeah, for real, you guys have helped you with your journey so much. You're in debt to you guys forever. Thank you, man. We'll appreciate that. Well, I'm glad we can help you in your journey. Always learning something here, Matt, with your wisdom. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for the education. Of course. All right. I know, boring part of the market here. Volatility's dying out. I may not get anything. That's kind of the crummy part. I'd like to get something. It'd be nice. I would love to get a dip to buy, but the market is probably teasing people right now. It's going to probably force people to make a decision. Do they want to long at the top or not? I don't think the market's going to reward anybody with a dip, but I would ideally like to get one. That would be the best part of what I want to see. But yeah, so we're like the fastest growing YouTube channel in all of futures, my channel. And this is the fastest growing YouTube channel in all of the prop TV shows. So this is the best community on the planet. I can't thank you guys enough for being part of it. Super cool. We'll be number one day. We'll take that up. We'll take those other prop TV channels and, you know what I'm saying? GG. What are you guys saying? Drop. Somebody saying drop 50. I don't think they're dropping any codes today, you guys. Maybe not. I don't know. Wait, drop. Matt said drop. Panic. Wait, no, I'm not. I don't do the thing where like when Donald Trump is going on stage talking and he's wearing a red tie, it's like secret signal to long. I haven't. There's no secret drop today, as fortunately as far as I know. Today was a let's reward chat day, so chat was rewarded for your participation in chat. Please share and subscribe. 20K is easy to reach this week because of MyFundedFutures grows. We grow with it. The more giveaways and promotions. Yeah. That's kind of really what it's been like. And what I like about MyFunded is we've all been very blessed by what they decided to bless the community with. Giveaway accounts and resets and all this is something that none of these prop shows out there do. They just, hey, come watch. And then you go watch and you see a couple people just yapping and talking about their trades, maybe make a trade here and there, probably not that good at trading. And they're not out there being like, hey guys, show up. Let's hook you up with some stuff and help you along with your journey. You're just getting started. A free account is very helpful, like that's kind of why I joined Team MyFunded. I thought that the concept was much better. That taking like growing communities where I want to be. Boom, 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 boom. But I am running out of time, you guys. It is getting close to that moment in time where we have to say goodbye. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'm gonna get a chance to make a trade or not. Hopefully I can, but you guys can tune in on my stream and see if I do anything to finish out the rest of the day. You can come over here. Here's the link to that. I'll post the link in chat. I'm spamming it there for you guys. I am going to get out of here and we'll see what happened. Sucky for my fat finger, accidental double down, whatever I end up doing to stay in the position. And then am in a loss. Sometimes it happens. I've had one hell of a year. I had a stellar month last month and starting off this month with the kick to the stomach definitely happens, but we'll see what happens going forward. So join me on my stream if you guys want to hang out, see what I got, and we'll talk to y'all later. and I got to get out of here. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you, hosts. Thank you, MyFunded TV. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, MyFundedFutures. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen, trading on the edge, chasing that.